conceptual world will fix, results. But definitely smart city, really, doing all the CCTV around the intersection and sensor-based technology. Yes, we require because there are a lot of departments are involved, including the PWD department, the metro rail, the railway, the bus, corporations. So there is a good example. We have a Unified Traffic Transportation Engineering Center, which is a statutory body. So every project related to traffic and transportation has to be approved by Unified Development Authority. And we do have a AMTA, but AMTA again, it is Chennai AMTA. Nitya must be aware of the Chennai because there are hardly one or two experts working there. But let us hope we need to strengthen and AMTA should be given the responsibility of not only the intracity but intercity transportation needs, and they should also be responsible to getting the policy model plan. Thank you very much for your kind patience, and I will be absolutely glad to answer your questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's have all the presentation first, and then we can open the stage for the discussions. For our next panelist, can I please invite Dr. Himanshu Bolte, sir, to give his presentation.
Speak in the mode that I love most, which is without a PowerPoint. there's some technical issue here. So thank you very much to Premjeet and the organizers for inviting me to this. It's a very promising conference. I'm afraid I'll have to leave because of a domestic engagement very soon after lunch. So I was not sure what I should speak about, given that there's a lot of people who have real technical chops related to the topic and speaking about it. So I've decided that I just speak about the sort of hidden crisis to do with walking practice, walkability, and so on. And this is the crisis of knowledge. So let me begin by sharing a model of what the city is, what we mean by space, because the title is Pedestrian Spaces for the conference. So what do we understand by urban space? And the classic way in which all of us are trained as architects and planners, etc., is to think of space as this sort of non-thing, this negative thing. Okay? We make models where there are buildings and there are voids, and we shape the voids, and hopefully people can move through them. That's the assumption. And we think that what is occupied by buildings or by objects like our human bodies that move is space. We know at the same time, and of course we know who to blame for this idea, which is good old Isaac Newton, who ended up telling us that space and time are absolute dimensions, and of course not related to each other. So it's a very quick, short jump from there, given all our lovely scientific training all through school, to think of the city or think of space as this empty container in which there are things which strangely move, collide, grow, and so on and so forth. But what we as technical professionals, especially, but also those who man, not woman, our governance arrangements, unfortunately, also share in, is a particular imagination in which space is empty and the city is a kind of machine. Now the city has had there have been multiple metaphors through which the city has been understood in the last 150 years. One of them has been of the organism, a biological metaphor. We use that sometimes, we use the term urban metabolism. Another has been the more mechanistic metaphor, which is of the machine. And of course, neither of them really quite fits. So we operate with different levels of certainty on our cities based on some assumptions, which I think usually the dominant assumption is without it being spelled out, is that the city is some kind of machine, and we as architects and planners are working with one part of it. Now I want to suggest to you that to move a bit away from that and imagine the city as a kind of as a system, okay? And the system is different from say from an organism, though an organism is a system, and it's different from a machine, though machines also are systems of a kind. But we can think of it as, say, an ecology, which is a metaphor which is a little closer to what cities really are. And I'm going to suggest, and I've written this long time ago, and I keep using this model, that there are that we can think of the city as having three broad forces. I call them forces for a good reason. Hopefully it will become clearer. One is, which I called initially the site, but it's easier to think of it as the hardware. So as architects, planners, engineers, we are entirely focused on the hardware. And the entire knowledge basis that we have, which is of course not strictly knowledge, because architecture and planning don't really have a disciplinary theory, I'm afraid, unlike say medicine or science. But we have something which passes off as knowledge and which seems to work to some extent. That entire knowledge is about the hardware, which means our eyes and our mind are focused on the hardware aspect of the city. But the city also has what you may call a software. And by software there, I mean the system, in the sociological sense, the institutional structure. And the word institution is not, as in ITPI or MANIT or IIT. The word institution is really a system of relations and system of rules. That's why marriage is an institution, even though it's not a building. You go out onto the street, and the street is not simply this void in the hardware morphology of the city. It's also a mesh of laws, of very hard, constitutionally engraved laws, as well as on the one end, as well as at the most ephemeral, the most changeful of conventions. Of, for instance, as you walk past someone, how long do you look at them? Do you look at them? Do you make eye contact? And so on and so forth. So that is the realm of the software of the city. And then there is the funnest part, which is the force which you can call practice. Practice is, to put it simply, what happens. What is the color of the shirt that I wear today, which is obviously going to be different from what I wear tomorrow. Do I even turn up? Do I, at the last minute, decide, sorry, I'm not going to come in person, I'll join online, for instance? Or, what kind of mood I get out of bed with. All of this is the third force. Now, these three forces are actually ecologically connected. They, to put it, they are part of a system. And what is more interesting, and which we all know actually in a lived sense, but which has not transcended to abstract knowledge, which we take seriously in textbooks and professions, is the fact that each generates the other. So our laws, the software, has come out of practice, has come out of a history of being on the earth. And human beings, by virtue of living, and therefore living together always, have come up with various structures. Because they have lived in different places, they have taken root, they have moved and emerged in different places. There is a difference in culture, there is a difference in the software that emerges in different places, and that difference shapes the hardware, produces the kind of hardware of the village, the town, the city, and so on and so forth. So there is an ecological three-way process where each is shaping the other. Now to the crisis of knowledge. As I said, as perhaps overeducated professionals, architects, planners, etc., we are trained. The entire basis of what we know and what has to be done, about what has to be done, is completely hardware-centric. What does that mean? So I'll give an example. Once when I was teaching housing studio in an architecture college, third-year students, and I realized that here it is, we tell them to start designing, we give them categories, HIG, MIG, etc. But they've never even studied how a home works. And I got the students to simply do the first exercise. They did multiple exercises, going out and seeing the actual variety of housing defined. Everything from a fishing village to many other things. But then even a single home, and what better home than your own? And so when I got them to make a very rough sort of plan of their own house, designate one colored dot for each member of the house, and draw a time slice map of who is in which space at what time of day, for the first time, they had begun to think of how their home actually functions and who is where at what time. And they discovered, oh, it's very interesting. I never see the blue dot in the kitchen, correct? And I don't see the pink dot, which is me, up anywhere before 11 a.m., correct? and so on and so forth. So the point is that we have taught, I came out of college very confident of being able to design a housing colony. As an architect, we of course think we can do everything, right? So I came out confident thinking I can, why can't I plan cities? Fortunately, I got married to a planner, who was a real planner, and that kept me honest from there on. But I think the point here is, we as architects, planners, engineers, have a very partial, very fragmented, and therefore a completely unrealistic knowledge base on which we build our proposals. And how does this connect to walking? So there are many different debates around walking in the critical urban studies literature. One is a very dear friend of mine, very senior scholar, Karen Coelho. She wrote a lovely essay many years ago, maybe about 20 years ago, called Walkers versus Hawkers. Now, why does something like this have to be written is the first question anyone would think of. But it tells you that walking is such a complex practice. It is the fundamental mode of mobility we have. Okay. But as Srinivas pointed out through his example of what to do with encroachment, we do not have worked out ways of even knowing what walking is in the context of the city. And I led a project last year looking at walking practices of women domestic workers in Mumbai and in Lima with colleagues there. And my PhD student Nisha Nair, who's probably going to be here anytime soon, she studied the women domestic workers walking practices in Mumbai for a PhD, which hopefully should be done soon. And he just pointed out to us how little we know about how walking is actually done. How do we walk? Who walks? Who walks where? Why? Why do people need to walk? I had a very interesting conversation with someone who's a foundational scholar in walking studies, Jenny Middleton. And she just literally last month, a few weeks ago, and she was saying the whole assumption that about underlying walkability is that people want to walk. She said, I hate walking with my kids. This is the major scholar of walking studies, saying we don't know. We are not even questioning what we know. So the point is, I think, and I'm saying this, I'm talking about knowledge especially because it is students, it's an educational institute, but also because as practitioners, one half of my mind, which is a little bit gone to sleep, is that of trying to see how things can improve on the ground. But I think we are in the middle of a serious knowledge crisis, and it is knowledge not, so knowledge has many different aspects. One is your values, the other is your theories, and then there is the more technical know-how, how to do things. Unfortunately, architectural planning education has focused on how to do things. We do not have theory, or we have very bad and outdated theory, and certainly our values are, we are blind to the value bases of our knowledge. So all knowledge, including whether a footpath should be 1.5 meters or 2.5 meters, this very specific thing like that is founded on a particular value premise, and that is related to a broader ideological position you have, which you don't know about, fortunately sometimes, about what the world should be like. So I end here by saying that by focusing on one specific aspect of or one step in how we can move towards a more adequate knowledge, which is to move away from linear ways of knowing, from linear causality as a simple way of thinking, to a more systems thinking. You will see a diagram that a friend and colleague at IIT got done through his team, he's a computer science professor and a big and an expert in systems, system dynamics, system thinking, more in the softer domains. And he just quickly developed this causal loop diagram about what shapes walking. You can't read it, but you don't need to, because you know that at the center, if you know that at the center of the picture is walking, and the arrows, the plus and minus on the arrows tells you how one entity or one process or one activity shapes the other, and how there are feedback loops, and how that leads to second and third order consequences. So I would encourage a lot of you to move towards and kind of own what you already have, which is a systems imagination. I can assure you, none of us would be able to cross the road and tell the tale at the end of it if we didn't have a systems imagination. Okay? If we didn't know that and we are masters at it. We are masters at systems imagination, because we walk on the road, and in Mumbai, I know, and all over India, we just look at the driver and do this, and we change the behavior of the system, of every component, because I can affect that. It's not as if I am some agency-less person who will just be run over. So I leave you with that, and I hope that we can work across different, say, specialisms in practice, whether it's academia, or within academia, from theory to empirical research, practice, governance, policy, and take up also this task of building a better knowledge of this whole domain, and very exciting domain of mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu. I now invite Dr. Anand for his presentation.
Good afternoon. Very interesting presentation by the previous speakers, and I think it set the tone which the conference is sort of aiming for, in the sense that we need to discuss for whom we are planning, what is the knowledge which we are discussing, and ultimately I'm sure the governance track will discuss as once these spaces are created, how the negotiations happens, because ultimately all Indian urbanism, if you are specifically talking about global south, all Indian urbanism is all about negotiations which happens, and therefore I think we need to talk in this particular space of negotiation as how different so-called conflicts, which are generally planning language will say, are nothing but constant dynamics which is shaping our cities. So what I will do is I will just, there are around 10-12 slides which are just talking about opinions and the knowledge which has been created in disciplines of walking and mobility, including Himanshu just referred to Middleton, Middleton. So the idea is that to understand these aspects as part of how we discuss mobility, and where are the issues in terms of pedestrian as a subject in the city. So if we look at the pedestrian, and how do we define who walks and who is the pedestrian? All of us do acquire our role as pedestrian, sometimes by necessity, sometimes by compulsion, sometimes by choice. The identity of pedestrian, as one can understand, goes and extend beyond the mechanical act of what we call walking or locomotion, but it has to be seen where citizenship is embodied, because pedestrian as a person or as a subject has a larger role of establishing what citizenship is all about, because you are claiming the space. When you're walking in the city, you are claiming the space, and I think that claim is very important. So, and that goes with the reclamation of what we call public space on us. We also have to understand that why walking is important, because the modernism, as we have seen throughout the history of urban studies, somehow our cities got inclined and more sort of response started responding to cars and vehicular movement as primary source of transport in the city. But somewhere we lost that line where walking is something which we need to consider as political assertion, because as continuing from the slide previous, which transforms the act of movement and almost like it challenges the modern ordering, because we have now constant flow of people from different directions. We negotiate space, including vendors who are there on that space, which constantly features, especially in case of Indian cities. And how do we then shape that urban space by this constant interaction? And therefore, the presence of both is important, and the thinking of both is important when we go for planning processes. Another statement as walking as a fundamental mode of being, that's also very critical, because if you look at how walking has been celebrated in various kinds of urbanism, including Walter Benjamin's idea of plenio, that is walking in the city, sometimes endlessly, but at the same time, you are part of larger immersion which is happening. So this phenomenological orientation says that act of walking is inaccessibly linked to negotiation of citizenship, where moving through the city becomes tangible affirmation of one's right to exist in the public sphere. And that's why many of the protests, many of the ongoing contestations are all about walking, including Gandhi's idea of march at various public spaces. So the idea is that walking can't be completely seen as merely a service requirement in the city, but it has a larger objective of satisfying what socio-political life of the city is all about. Sidewalks, if we talk about as an important element, Jane Jacobs, without her we can't complete the debate, in the sense that she brought that idea of a sidewalk as a very important element in urban discourse, and without the sidewalk, the debates can't happen. And she looks at sidewalks as not merely as an infrastructure, which we tend to sort of convert into modern urban planning, but rather sidewalk is seen as something which is part of everyday urbanism, and then how we link that everyday urbanism with our values of what cities are about. Act of walking along the buildings within the city, talking with the people, is all about also what we call the socio-technical assemblage of movement. Because with this we create our sense of city, with this we create the sense of the being there. And therefore it's very important that we need to regard these socio-technical assemblage, as some authors calls it, allows for a more granular understanding of how specific material triggers. So it's the idea of this materiality of the street, including the activities which are being performed there, all together create what experience is all about. And therefore, as a pedestrian, we constantly negotiate with the spaces and create new experience. If we look at only walking and pedestrianization as a layer or solution, then also we are detaching it from the main discourse of how walking actually can shape cities. We do have ideas now which are repackaged into what we call 15-minute city and other kind of city. But at the same time, before that comes, how do we look at this collaborative participant, we as a pedestrian and vendor and other active users in the space, in the micro level production of what we call the social reality. As has been said by Srinivas in the beginning, that livelihood is something which is part and parcel of the vendors, which are, it has to be the part of the debate. Whenever we talk about walkability and cleaning the footpaths for more walkable areas. A few photographs from Bhopal itself, where of course one is the cycle track, the one which is red, but then you see the blockade which is coming at the in between the track itself. Normally a temple and religious monument, which is the case in India. The other one is from the New Market area, which is part of the smart city APD development which happened in Bhopal. And there also you can see on footpath, again you have little barriers being put to stop the vending machine going onto the footpath. But at the same time, that solution works only one way. Other way, when any differently abled person is trying to move, it will be difficult to navigate the wheelchair. So the idea is, when we say right to the city, also in a way right to walk is embedded into it, because that's how one can actually live and not to think about these two things as separate entities. And therefore, what is more critical at this stage is this ability to navigate this urban fabric with different kinds of seamless connectivities which are provided within city, or which need to be found out within city, is something that we as architects and urban designers and planners need to think. A lot has been said about absence of sidewalk, lighting, and safe walking infrastructure that can dictate movement patterns. And therefore, in India, especially in the global south, the challenge is walking is not necessarily always an activity of pleasure or a leisure, but rather sometimes it becomes a survival strategy. Because the way you navigate through the constant sort of traffic movements and cars which are dominated by other vehicles. We have seen, I mean, there's this academic debate which always goes on within classes as well as within conferences and seminars, that how modern urban planning systems have sort of separated. With the zoning came, I mean, with the vehicle-centric planning came zoning, and with the zoning came more and more going away from the center. And this expansion then resulted in less and less walkable friendly kind of cities. And what we have now is this constant struggle to make our cities walkable and to claim that space of what we call pedestrianization. At the same time, then it goes hand in hand. Once you create cities which are less walkable and less pedestrian friendly, you are also generating inequality in terms of various kinds of users. So these go hand in hand, that all as we as urban designers, architects need to take care of. The same thing, it also generates, all our previous city models have generated a very fragmented kind of landscape where walking is not seen as a part of experience and always comes as a separate layer afterward. That need to be challenged and seen. One simple kind of thesis which was done at master's level, simple in the sense that the student actually inquired as how on the periphery the sense of walkability actually works. And the interesting thing she could establish was that in the access to infrastructure supposedly to be given by the formal urban authorities, the residents and the user themselves create their own infrastructure. So this is something which is interesting, which happens generally on the periphery of our cities where infrastructure is absent, formal mechanism is absent, and how within that certain infrastructure get created. So like, simply the act of walking then gets slowly shaped. It starts where slowly the paratransit will appear. It starts slowly where the vending people will come. So it starts creating an ecosystem, which generally we should have been thinking about when we plan about new cities and imagine what the area should look like in the future course. People themselves sometimes create. So this is something also that we need to take care, especially in Global South, where there is a tremendous disparity between infrastructure in the urban core and not only core but also in the other part of the city vis-a-vis the urban periphery. The same debate which goes on that rather than viewing informal vending commercial activities as mere physical encroachments, we need to also look at them as negotiation, the way I started the talk. And therefore, we need to look at them as something where the coexistence of diverse occupations are happening. These are the photographs from SM Street in Kozhikode. Sunday morning, the street completely changes into different kinds of people selling different kind of stuff. Happens only weekly, but the idea is that you have antique things being sold, you have ancient things being sold, different kinds of watch repairers sit. The idea is that there is a constant movement. The shop also to open after some time. But there is this productive friction, as some authors will call it, that we need in our cities. And in Global South, that is something the reality of our cities, is that we can't sanitize our streets and other things continuously. So that's where I aim. A few of the things to think over, that we need to look at locally specific pattern languages. We need to look at micro-scale walkability matrix, as was suggested in the earlier talk as well. We need to shift, of course, focus from vehicular towards enhancing qualitative access, because right now it's all about vehicular access, but where does the quality go? Where does the imagination go? We have to learn about that streets are always co-produced, and therefore the pedestrian role will come into picture. We need to also develop adaptive infrastructure, because developing an infrastructure which is using and will be used only for one purpose is not going to solve the problem. So adaptive infrastructure is something which is key, something which responds to temporality of our cities, and that's where the contribution from creativity and innovation will come. And last, but again the same thing, viewing pedestrian mobility not as technical challenge, but rather a socio-political project, because it's not something as a commodity or as a leisure we can sell, but something as a socio-political project for fostering civil belonging and spatial justice, which again eventually gets into right to the city. So I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have Dr. Debalina Kundu ma'am, who has joined us online. She is ready with her presentation. We are just presenting it.
Namaskar, very good afternoon. I'm sorry for not being able to join you in person. There are several commitments here in Delhi for which I could not visit you. I think it is very important to be part of this conference on rethinking pedestrian spaces in cities of the Global South. And this is a very timely and important conversation, because pedestrian spaces lie at the intersection of mobility, livelihoods, public health, climate resilience, and also urban inclusion. I congratulate Manit Gopal and the organizers for bringing together researchers, practitioners, as well as policymakers to deliberate on this critical agenda. I would also like to commend the Volvo Research and Educational Foundations for their invaluable support of the project titled Entangled Pathways, Policy Lessons for Street Vending, Walking and Footpaths in Kolkata and Bangkok, from which this conference has emerged. I think we all are aware, which also focuses on a subject that lies at the very heart of inclusive urbanization. This conference also invites us to rethink pedestrian spaces not merely as transport infrastructure, but as vibrant urban commons where mobility, livelihood, culture, and civic engagement coexist, offering opportunities to shape more inclusive, resilient, and people-centered urban futures. As all of you must be aware that our country is experiencing one of the largest urban transitions in human history. By the end of this decade, Indian cities are expected to generate nearly 7 out of every 10 rupees of the country's economic output. And as we move towards 2047, we will have around 800 million people living in urban areas, and the future of the Indian economy will increasingly be shaped by the efficiency, the competitiveness, and the connectivity, which will all lead to improving the livability of our cities. And walking is not a peripheral activity, it lies at the heart of urban life and mobility, the universal interface between people and the city itself. Yet, pedestrian spaces continue to receive inadequate attention within planning, governance and investment frameworks, despite serving as vital arenas for mobility, livelihood, social interaction, cultural expression, and economic exchange that shape the everyday life of our cities. Across Indian cities, walking stands at the single largest individual mode of transport, commanding an extraordinarily 31% of all urban trips. Again, I think by strategically redesigning existing street geometrics into continuous, safe and universally accessible pedestrian corridors, cities can achieve rapid decarbonization and gain public health outcomes. I think the special imbalance is reflected equally in the geography of road safety. About 40% of all reported road crashes occur in urban areas and more so in residential neighborhoods. These figures need not be viewed just merely as indicators of transport risk, but I think it's a compelling measure of how far contemporary urban development has diverged from the principles of safe and people-centric mobility. Furthermore, emphasizing and recognizing the importance of pedestrian movement, the Honorable Supreme Court and the Punjab and Haryana High Courts have provided multiple directions on elevating pedestrian safety from a planning objective to a constitutional obligation, and the judiciary has provided a legal mandate to transition from automobile-centric planning to democratic, human-centric street design, mandating safer and universally accessible footpaths. The recent 2026 judgment too affirmed the right to walk on safe footpaths as integral to the fundamental rights under Articles 19(1)(d) and 21. As our cities ascend to become vibrant economic powerhouses of this century, we must also actively re-engineer and reactivate the fundamental spatial assets that power daily urban life. The true resilience and productivity of an urban economy reside in its baseline capillary network, the footpaths, crossings and the public realms where millions of citizens move, trade and interact every single day. I think this principle lies at the heart of India's evolving urban mobility agenda. As India's premier urban think tank under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, the National Institute of Urban Affairs has consistently advocated a transition from vehicle-centric planning to people-centric urban development. At NIUA, we recognize that pedestrian infrastructure is not merely a transport intervention, it is a powerful instrument for advancing economic productivity, social inclusion, public health, climate action, as well as urban justice. Our work increasingly focuses on re-establishing walking as the foundation of sustainable urban mobility systems. Under various projects, we have tried to incorporate this basic tenet in urban planning. We are also working on demystifying the TOD and providing cities with practical tools for integrated land use and transport planning. Furthermore, the pedestrian challenges, as you are aware, vary across different geographies. We just completed providing technical guidance to Mizoram for preparing the Mizoram footpath policy designed to address the pedestrian mobility within the unique topographical conditions of hill cities while institutionalizing the standards for accessibility, safety, maintenance and universal design. The work being undertaken by NIA is supported by a wider policy transformation led by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs over the past 2 decades. Subsequent national programs have progressively operationalized this vision under the Smart Cities mission. I think all of you are aware, walkability, public realm, and active movement as central pillars of urban transformation. Again, investments have delivered over 1,700 kilometers of smart roads, incorporating continuous footpaths, pedestrian scale lighting, underground utility ducts, and universal accessibility features. More than 700 kilometers of dedicated cycling infrastructure supported by over 23,000 public bicycles under public bicycle sharing systems, and over 1,300 public space improvement projects have happened across 84 cities under the Smart Cities mission. Complementing these capital investment, the ministry's transformative Street for People and Cycles for Change challenges also extended the agenda beyond the mission cities by institutionalizing tactical urbanism as a mainstream planning approach. Again, trying to demonstrate how rapid, low-cost interventions can de-risk long-term infrastructure investments, foster community ownership, and also reclaim vehicle-dominated streets as vibrant spaces for people. The progressive mainstreaming of pedestrianization within Indian cities has underpinned not only by the national urban policy reform, but also by a growing body of city-level policies, design standards, and implementation frameworks that have sought to translate the principles of sustainable mobility into local responsive planning practices. And the recently launched Urban Challenge Fund also recognizes pedestrianization as an integral component for funding of urban development and rejuvenation by supporting the creation of walkable, accessible, and high-quality public spaces within transformative city redevelopment initiatives. By complementing conventional public funding with market-based financing, municipal borrowing, and public-private partnerships, the fund provides cities with a strategic financing framework to implement large-scale pedestrian infrastructure as a catalyst for sustainable, inclusive, and economically vibrant urban transformation. I think together these initiatives does enable cities to mobilize diversified financing beyond conventional budgetary allocations, and these would help accelerate investment in pedestrian space as a foundation for sustainable and inclusive urban transformation. The ministry's work on inclusive and accessible urban development, along with instruments like harmonized guidelines of 2021, the inclusive city framework, the indicators for child-friendly local development, and other initiatives, empowers city officials with practical tools and checklists to design streets, transport systems, and public spaces that recognize the varied needs of all citizens. I believe rethinking pedestrian spaces does require us to bridge empirical scholarship with policy formulation and executive implementation. It demands that we shift from sterile, siloed, exclusionary blueprints in favor of adaptive and democratic spatial strategies. We need to design streets that honor the fundamental right of citizens to walk, accommodate micro, informal livelihoods with dignity, and shield our citizens from climate stress. Looking ahead, I would conclude by bringing in a few points that we need a fundamental paradigm shift in how pedestrian spaces are understood within planning systems. First, pedestrian spaces should be formally recognized as a distinct planning category within urban planning frameworks. Second, planning and budgeting processes must prioritize pedestrians as legitimate users of urban infrastructure. Third, governance frameworks must move beyond conflict approaches towards informality and instead create mechanisms for managing coexistence between mobility and livelihoods. Fourth, climate resilience, nature-based solutions, and blue-green infrastructure need to be embedded while we are trying to plan for pedestrian planning. That would also help in improving public health, gender inclusion, universal accessibility, and also social equity. And finally, cities must recognize streets as public spaces rather than solely as transport infrastructure. The quality of a city is not determined by the speed at which vehicles move. It is determined by the ease, comfort, safety, dignity, and freedom with which people move. Together, I think guided by these principles, we can reimagine pedestrian spaces as inclusive, climate resilient, economically vibrant, and socially shared urban commons. As we advance towards Viksit Bharat 2047, let us place people at the center of urban planning by recognizing pedestrian spaces as the foundations of inclusive mobility, vibrant public life, and climate resilience. Let us try to build cities where every city street is safe, accessible, equitable, and truly designed for anyone and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this interaction. We have our moderator, Dr. Omkar, ma'am. I would like to request her to address it.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights and giving us the complete exposure of the government, of the governance, about the challenges that the government is facing. And here, actually, we have a very good opinions from the theoretical perspective as well as from the applied perspective. Like we are here for discussing on the reinterpretations of pedestrian spaces. So I think it's a very good connect here that we are conceptualizing it first, like Dr. Manshu said, what are we trying to conceptualize and the practicalities of it, actually what is buildable in terms of global south or in terms of Indian cities. So that's a very good dialogue. I hope, ma'am, you continue with us in this panel sessions because I'll be posing few questions. These are just not the questions, but it is just for the discussions with within the experts also and with the experts as well as with the people who are just listening to it. Okay, before we go with the discussions, I would now like to invite Ashwati Dilip for making a presentation, or maybe she can share her experience because she has a very good experience of working in these projects, especially Chennai and the other cities. So I would like to invite to just share her experiences. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would actually keep it very short because I think whatever I had to say, most of it was covered this morning. From the way that I look at it, as we've kind of discussed in today, there were various themes that came up, one of which was about the budgets. I think, of course, budgeting is extremely important, and without budgets, we will not get the actions that we need. And we've seen great examples of cities like Pune. The first important component for budgets to be allocated is the fact that we, to start with, we analyze the budgets. So Pune, what they did over the last few years is that after the annual budgets were made, they analyzed the transport budget component and they looked at what component of their budget is moving towards vehicular infrastructure versus what component is moving towards pedestrian infrastructure. And they laid it over their vision because Pune had come up with an active mobility policy where they said that 70 to 80% of their, or in fact as much as 90% of their trips they wanted by a particular year to be made through public transport, walking and cycling to reduce the increased congestion in the city. So what the urban local body did in terms of analysis was that if that is my vision, then I need to definitely invest into those infrastructure, and they use the assessment as a tool. Across the multiple years, they have consistently looked at how the budget for the non-motorized transport actually increases. In fact, they've also, in the latest years, looked at even doubling their budgets into street improvements. Especially also using the tool of green bonds. They were the first city in the country to use green bonds for creating a network of walking infrastructure. So I think in that sense, budget is critical, but then assessment and analysis helps us know where things are so that we can then course correct. In all of these cities, we've also seen that institutional building is also something that multiple people are doing. For example, we had Sir talk about the UNCTA. It's unfortunate that we don't have a very good example of an UNCTA to talk about, but it's clearly a very important step that is required. Just because streets require multiple interdepartmental coordination. Your streets might be within the urban local body, or in some cases in Tamil Nadu it's with the highways. They need to be coordinated, with respect to, for example, the traffic police for traffic police kind of traffic changes that is required. There are multiple departments that we need to coordinate, and hence having a good institutional backing is quite important. But I think most of this comes down to like political will. And I wouldn't say that political will is just outside our scope of influence. After the last month and the ways in which the student community has shaped political dialogue, it does say that there is a lot that we can also influence. It's only if we are ready to stand up and try to have that influence. And I mean in a good way, like we don't, in a sense that where we do ask for what is needed and stand up for it. So with that, I'd like to pass it back to the moderator. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Since we have short of time, so I would be just posing an idea like we have from the theoretical perspective as well as the practical perspectives. Professor Srinivas, he has actually given a lot of credits. We should actually give him a lot of acknowledgements and credit, because the first class we take is on his book only. You got to give by guidelines, right? So that's a question to him, sir. Like in the URDPFA guidelines, actually we have a transport sector chapter we have. In that, in somewhere in the subheadings, we have this pedestrian kind of thing. Now again another chapter is, I think, being introduced. It's going to be introduced like climate resilience, right? So I just have a question. Again, whether the pedestrian is going to be a second thought of that, it's going to be a second subheading of the climate chapter, or will it be a part of, the complete thought process of that?
Yes. Let me answer your query. In fact, the guidelines were prepared way back in 2014. Almost 10 to 12 years have passed now. TCPO is actually requesting the ministry. Another ministry has requested TCPO to revisit the entire URDP guidelines. And since 2014, we have been the climate change. In fact, you can even see how the rainfall pattern is also changing. So we never thought that. Last year up to September we have heavy rainfalls in entire NC. But yes, you are rightly said. I think we have to strongly advocate. Since I am part of IUT, you will discuss upon the ministry that why not we have a separate chapter on this, separate chapter. That's absolutely. Every policy has to, even if you are going for preparation of DPR, I think these climate elements have to. I think you can hear. Okay. This will be better. So that's what I was saying, that even when you are going for the DPR, the climate resilience element has to be. And I'm absolutely hopeful that ministry is going to take consideration on this. But yes, I would also like to bring the national pedestrian policy which we had prepared. I was discussing with Ashwati that from IPS side, definitely we are going to propose that, and hopefully we are able to collaborate with ITBB as well as SEP has been doing outstanding work on the NFP infrastructure. Hopefully, I'm always optimistic. So definitely these things will be incorporated. The new setup URD thing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have a very good insights regarding why we are walking, who is walking, what is the purpose behind the walking. So Dr. Himanshu, can you just please highlight on that concept of walk places? I mean, that's a beautiful concept. Can that software be integrated into the hardware of the Indian government? Walk places. Walk spaces, right? Walk spaces.
Yeah, so.
Both software and hardware are here with us, actually.
No, so this group that did this project I mentioned, we are working on a paper which proposes the idea of a walkscape, by which we mean the totality of the walking or the walker practice, as well as the environment, which is the physical environment, the layout of the city, the detailing of the road, whether there is footpath or not, and so on, as well as the software. So the hardware as well as the software and the practice, which is the walking practice. But also other practices. The fact that when, in our case, we found that, and it's very well known that women domestic workers, because they are women, and the burdens of running households, leaves them with very little option but to do housework, right, as a job. So on the one hand, who is walking is already determined by the fact of their gender. It also helps that domestic work is also gender, and so at the demand end, as an employer, there is greater ease in really accepting that. So that is one in which one aspect of the walkscape, which is the particular walking practice, gets constituted by other practices, which is including social struggle.
And gets integrated with women-friendly cities, child-friendly cities.
So that actually, well, we are very, very far from women-friendly cities, and children don't
I'm
exist.
talking about the pedestrian.
So there are children in the world. Women sort of sometimes are there. Poor people don't exist. Women, children don't exist. Young adult males, preferably the white Anglo-Saxon types. They are also sort of overrepresented in our beautiful views that students and even professionals produce to sell their ideas. But the point being that in the same hardware software combination, so when we are walking in the same city, when I walk and when women domestic worker is walking, we have very different words, because I am male and maybe fit, and a woman domestic worker who is in my age but is therefore born out in this age. We have a very different world that she is actually having. So that is the walkscape. So if I, as a policy maker, I know that it's not a linear sort of logic, but if I can keep this in mind, that what I am doing, whether it's a policymaker or a planner or an urban designer, I think I'm pretty sure that we will have a more interesting body of knowledge about, say, just walkability, something as simple as design or would be much richer than, and you may not then need to constantly go back to young Gail. Gail is talking about the easiest of worlds, correct? And walking is an elective, it's an option that is very easily available. And if you look at a lot of that literature, that comes out of Europe and North America about placemaking, etc. At the end of the day, it is about cafes on the street, ice cream stand, maybe at most a community party. But these are also contexts in which you can be criminalized for lingering at a street corner. So I think we have the chance of, if we take our words seriously, we have the chance for, and all their inequality very seriously, I think we have an opportunity to produce more exciting design as well as know-how.
Thank you so much. Okay, the last query from both ma'am and Anand also. Like, she's been working on the Chennai and the Pune, all metropolitan cities, right? And you have shown your experience and have shared your experience about tier 2 cities and Nepal gave an example. Do you think the framework, the walking framework, if suppose we are talking about, will it change with the scale and the character of the city? Because we have religious cities, we have metropolitan cities, we have IT cities, we have varied variety of cities. So, if you want to comment something on that.
And I sometimes actually think that when we're in like conferences of these, like we also like overcomplicate things. In my opinion, for people to walk, first of all, I was driving down Bhopal. There was this road called VIP Road, and I noticed that they had a footpath and there were people walking on it. But the footpath was at least a foot tall. And like to just talk about, like for example, Himanshu is giving us the examples of how women and men experience cities differently. And I would consider myself a fit woman. And life used to be very easy walking on the footpaths until I became pregnant. When I needed to step onto the footpath and when I needed to step out of the footpath, I had to hold my male counterpart just to make sure that I don't want to slip and fall. That's the last thing that I want to do when I'm pregnant. So the VIP road had a footpath, but the VIP road's footpath was extremely tall for people to climb on. So in terms of what our footpaths need, very simple. They just need to be 150 mm tall so that it's just easy for you to step on it. In terms of the width, again it's very simple. If I was a disabled person, I just should be able to turn around, and that's the only reason it's 1.8 meters wide. We are in an Indian context where it's extremely hot. To have shade is a very simple element that is needed. So long story short, if you ask me, there are a few like 6-7 basic elements that are footpaths require. This is not some massive cuisine like some very, delicacy that we are creating that it requires. Of course, like, I mean, in the morning I've shown you all multiple kinds of streets. If you're looking at a full pedestrian street, let's say in Gangtok or one of those cities where you have the realm to do work, there are various elements that you can look at depending on the context of that particular, for example, we looked at SM Street in Kozhikode. That's a street which is completely pedestrianized during the working hours. So you could do various elements. But basically to create basic pedestrian infrastructure, there is just a few simple elements that are needed. And if you're able to put those simple elements and make sure that not a single street in our cities are built without safe footpaths, which are shaded. which are convenient, which do not have obstructions. We've got the network going. Right now, it's one of the previous speakers had mentioned that it's the choice less who use those streets. I have been on streets where I've had my children and not had my children, and there are places where I feel comfortable letting them go to live their own independent lives on those footpaths. Me and my son, we read a book about 6 children who are in different parts of the world. There is this child, I forget her name, I'm so sorry, but she is in Japan. She wakes up in the morning and she travels to her school free, without anyone overseeing. Today, even in India, there are children who do that, just that they are from the economically weaker sections. They're not my children. But in Japan, my children would have also been walking, and I will not have an ounce of fear. I would be sure that my child would reach safely. That's the future that we need, and that future is not difficult. The simple ingredients that are needed.
I think a lot has been already covered. So, in the last line, I also referred to what we call the localized patterns, which we need to identify and also reinforce. Because what is happening is that sometimes the walkability is or pedestrianization happening only along the main transit lines and corridors. So we need to move from that major connectivity. I mean, it has to be there, but also to worry about the small neighborhood evening walk or strolling can also become part of the activity and need to be integrated. That's why, because during COVID-19, I think all of us experienced and read so much that how a deficient infrastructure in areas were more affected than the areas which had infrastructure for walking and other kind of things. So it does matter that all this infrastructure which is referred to in terms of not a great rocket science, but very simple agreements which we need to put together. And that's where I think it makes it, suppose it need funding. But as we have read a lot in terms of that how a street design or including pedestrian as a central subject is a co-working project. It cannot happen one-sided. And that's where the key lies, participation and negotiation. So in that sense, I think localized patterns which we need to study. And just like there are performance indicators for various schemes which government has, walkability is of course one of the sub-parameters, but I think we can make it as one of the important parameters just to initiate some debate, because right now it is somewhere hidden between the larger parameters which are deciding the performance of the city. So that's where few things to be done.
That's a beautiful thought. Thank you, Ashwati. And thank you, Anand. I think Professor Srinivas has some.
Just I wanted to respond to what Ashwati mentioned in the morning about the strong political will. And now also she reiterated that we require a strong political will, but how that strong political will come? So essentially the election campaign is a pedestrian oriented activity. The better the pedestrian facility, the more votes a politician is going to get. So as now this is not a planner's perspective, this is a as a senior citizen, because daily I walk around 10 kilometers. So I keep on, because I stay in a greenfield township. How the township which was supposed to be a 15-minute township has become a totally automobile-centric city, where the right of way is right from the 120 meters, the arterial road, to the collector street, that is also about 12 meters. So as a citizen, you need to pressurize the ward councillors, the MLAs, the MPs, that are you going to include this aspect in your manifesto? From RWA perspective, from a citizen forum, we cannot just pressurize the politician. And remember, why Netherlands has got the best pedestrian infrastructure? Why? Because in 1970, the Den Haag and Amsterdam were as worse or as Indian cities. They forced the government, they blocked all the national highways, forced the government to allocate resources for strengthening. Now you see, anywhere in Netherlands, you can go by single or go by. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you to all the experts, and as architects and planners of WAL, we will definitely consider this hardware and software components. Okay. So now I hand over the mic to the coordinators for the next panel sessions. we can conclude with this. Yeah. Any questions from the audience, please? We can have one or two questions from the audience, please.
I'm just thinking, like we are talking of pressurizing the government, talking to politicians, but are we like not creating knowledge that that it's not a question of just walking for recreation or walking. We know that today, even when I think Mumbai CMP was getting created, there was an understanding that all of the work trips, 55% is walking. So the question which comes in is, if you are able to connect to the fact that walking is very integral to livelihood, not just vending, also for the user, then why do we need to create pressure? We have a crisis of livelihood. It's been seen in the streets. So, like, it should be a common knowledge that walking is to be not. You don't need to spend so much money on these coastal roads and everything to bring livelihood into the city. You need to actually spend more money on walking to improve livelihood. So why can't this simple knowledge? Why do they need to be pressurized? That's what I'm thinking.
To just extend the point, I'm also not sure that in Indian cities there is enough pressure that citizens will be able to bring to bear on something which finally we can get around. The problem of not having homes that don't live, our population lives in. So there is this reality that bottom of pressure is not going to bring a systemic change. On the other hand, the knowledge crisis I spoke about, it becomes very vivid when you look at the comprehensive mobility plan or CTTS in Mumbai, where they start by acknowledging that 50% of the trips, of all trips, are taken 51% are made by walk, and then the rest of the report leaves aside that 50%, and the later percentages are only are the internal division of the motorized transport. So already we have within the transport planning knowledge system, there is a complete absence of knowledge of the same kind of technically validated, complex, granular knowledge about walking. And that's something that I know for a fact, because some work we did in which this came out very well, and so there in the literature without a doubt. And this also, to just point out where this comes from, partly comes out of the fact that our knowledge systems as well as our imagination continue to be colonized. We are living out a script in terms of theory, which has been written a long time ago in the West, and they have left that script, and they have moved elsewhere. But we continue to perpetuate that through our teaching, through our lack of textbooks, and so on.
We'll just take one more question.
I'm an assistant professor at SK Bhopal. This is a small question because I'm one of the persons who is going to be affected a lot by this conference because I'm a pedestrian myself. So I just was thinking, I'm a researcher who is focusing on my. I hope I'm audible here. I'm a researcher who is focusing on water supply and other related sectors recently, but I identified provision of toilets necessarily did not solve the problem of government education. So, providing the pedestrian spaces with some design solutions, especially we are discussing about wheelchair oriented design. I mean, excuse my knowledge regarding the mobility sector, I am a layman here. So, why are we always discussing about wheelchair design? Because at least 90 to 95% of business people in India use wheels and walkers. And secondly, does pedestrian space design to the pedestrian preference for the using spaces? I think Himanshu sir has partially answered from the system perspective, but system boundaries get blurred and same components function differently when we are looking at it from qualitative perspective.
Yeah.
Couple of things.
One is like come forward at 1:30 yesterday. So no, but yeah.
I tend to speak quickly when I'm nervous around. First thing is, whenever we are discussing about the universal accessibility, we are talking frequently about wheelchair accessibility. I try to research from myself, we predominantly use stills and walkers, the disabled people in Indian context, but I think we're always talking about wheelchairs. And secondly, if we are providing the pedestrian spaces, let's improve the preference towards the spaces actually, because we did not solve the problem of open defecation by just by providing toilets and public toilets.
So, at least based on our research, because we most often, once we do any projects, we always wrap it up with an impact assessment. More so because we are working with governments and expanding and supporting them, so it would be useful for us to learn as to what's working and what's not working, and then try to implement that. And in places that we've done these assessments, we've seen there are multiple things at play. It's not just this one particular action that changes everything, right? So, for example, let's say there was an institutional area, there are just large walls, continuous walls, and you added a great footpath there. It may not see a lot of footfall. Whereas what, for example, in Chennai and in Pune, the whole idea was based on the fact that we would look at streets that are connecting public transport networks. Coming from the fact that you already have captive users who are walking to the bus stops, can we now provide better mobility for them? Then there are public spaces that are created like the pedestrian plaza, where we saw huge, so the 10 cities that we studied across the country, these were like markets-based streets. So then we saw that along with the street improvement and the commercial land use, now with the improved environment, there was 1.5 times more women, like 2 times more elderly, 1.6 times more children using those things. But I wouldn't say that creating this infrastructure anywhere without looking at the context would have the same impacts. And that's the reason why, for example, even in the Pondicherry project, there are a lot of pushback. The shopkeepers were not ready for that project, and that's why we did a TU, or Tactical Urban Intervention, to show them what the change would look like towards the final permanent implementation, not as a standalone action, to get users to say, will you come here if something like this would happen? And we had like more than 90% people saying that yes, we would come if something like this would happen. We've seen that improvement. So I'm saying that it's not like any one solution anywhere without looking at the context would not give the same results. And so you will need to look at with respect to context as well and what's happening. That's one. In terms of like for your question about the universal accessibility, in certain senses, like streets, especially pedestrian infrastructure, is a little contested because of the fact that so people do travel in various ways, and there are various disabilities, right? Like there's eyesight, there's hearing issues, there are various kinds of challenges that people face, including things like when you're aging. What was easier for you before might become more difficult for you just because you're aging. Unfortunately, I don't think we've come to a perfect solution that works for everybody, from the fact that when we provide larger bollards, sizes, etc., these spaces tend to get enforced, tend to get taken up by two-wheelers. And I think one of the speakers had the picture where there was the, I think it was Samuel who had the picture where there were these bollards that were put in order to prevent the motorists, but then it might also have an impact on certain sections of the pedestrians. So we definitely not reached a place where we have perfect solutions and our solutions are perfectly working. But even if we do a bit of improvement, we go a long way in enabling more people to walk comfortably. I think we have pedestrians because they don't have a choice. But can they walk safely, comfortably, and conveniently?
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we can continue the conversation in lunch because everyone is starting to get hungry. We would like to extend our gratitude with a token of thanks for this panel. May I please request Dr. Das Gupta to kindly present the memento to Sri R. Vasar.
Maybe we can start from that.
Next, I request Dr. Preeti ma'am to please present the memento to Dr. Murthy. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Surbi ma'am to kindly present the memento to Dr. Vadvikar. May I please ask Dr. Arshi ma'am to present the memento to Ashwati ma'am. Finally, I would request Dr. Premjit sir to please present the memento to Dr. Preeti ma'am. Thank you so much everyone from the panel. We will now break for lunch and the technical sessions will commence from 2:30 p.m. After that, we have another plenary session from 4:15, which is after the tea break. So let's meet again at the plenary session while the presenters can begin the presenting at 2:30 after the lunch. Sorry?
we just wish to ensure whether Anirudh Singh Chamyar is here.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone. Without much ado, we'll start with the presentation by Ms. Anshika Sharma. Are you here? Come. Would like you to introduce the title to everyone. Strictly, and then at the end we'll have a discussion session where the audience can ask questions and interact with the presenters. Right? Yes, again at the end for the discussion, and then we'll take the tea break. All right. So we'll have somebody who's going to take the note of the time, and we're going to give you a buzzer at the last 8 minutes, 2 minutes before the finishing time.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My paper is titled Shade Equity and Thermal Comfort, Rethinking Pedestrian Infrastructure Under Climate Change. This research began start again. So my paper is titled Shade Equity and Thermal Comfort, Rethinking Pedestrian Infrastructure Under Climate Change. This research began with a simple observation that many of us experience almost every day. During summer, pedestrians often choose a shaded route over the shorter one, postpone walking until the temperature falls, or avoid certain streets altogether. These are not random behavioral choices, they are responses to thermal stress. My central argument today is that cities become hotter, thermal comfort is becoming an essential dimension of pedestrian accessibility, and our planning frameworks need to recognize this shift. This slide illustrates why this question has become important. Conventionally, we evaluate pedestrian infrastructure using indicators such as connectivity, footpath, width, universal accessibility and safety. Those remain essential. However, climate change is introducing another layer of accessibility that these indicators do not capture. Two streets may satisfy identical engineering standards yet offer completely different walking experiences because one exposes pedestrians to prolonged solar radiation while the other provides continuous shade. In practice, pedestrians respond to the thermal environment rather than simply to the geometry of the street. This raises an important planning question. Are we measuring the right kind of accessibility? When I examined the literature, I found that two research traditions have developed very strongly but largely independently. Walkability research explains how urban form influences pedestrian movement. Thermal comfort research explains how urban form influences heat exposure. Yet surprisingly, little research asks how heat itself changes pedestrian accessibility. As a result, most planning frameworks still assume that if a footpath exists, it is equally usable. This paper argues that under conditions of climate change, that assumption is no longer valid. A technically accessible route may become functionally inaccessible because of excessive thermal exposure. That conceptual gap became the motivation of this study. To address this gap, I propose the concept of shade equity. Rather than viewing shade simply as an environmental amenity or a landscaping element, the paper argues that it should be understood as a mobility infrastructure. The concept brings together three established areas of research: walkability, thermal comfort, and environmental justice to ask a different question. Instead of asking only whether people can physically move through the city, it asks whether they have equitable access to thermally comfortable public space. In this sense, shade equity extends the idea of accessibility from a purely physical measure to one that also reflects climatic experience. Having established this concept, the next step was to examine how it appears in different urban contexts. The three cities were not selected to represent India statistically nor to identify the best city. Each was chosen because it represents a distinct mechanism shaping thermal accessibility. Ahmedabad represents institutional adaptation through its internationally recognized heat action plan. Nagpur represents climatic extremity where prolonged heat strongly influences everyday mobility. And Hyderabad represents rapid metropolitan expansion and changing urban form. Together, these cases allow us to examine how institutions, climate and urbanization each shape pedestrian thermal environments. I begin with Ahmedabad because it represents perhaps the strongest institutional response to urban heat in India. Its heat action plan has become an international reference for climate adaptation, making it an ideal case to examine whether progressive policy translates into equitable pedestrian environments. The evidence suggests that it does not, but only partially. Institutional precincts, educational campuses, and planned public spaces generally provide mature tree cover continuous shade, and relatively comfortable walking conditions. However, many commercial streets and high-intensity urban corridors continue to experience fragmented canopy and significant thermal exposure. The important finding is that institutional success does not automatically produce spatial equity. Climate adaptation can be highly effective at the policy level while remaining uneven in everyday experience of pedestrians. Nagpur represents a very different condition. Here the defining factor is not policy but climate itself. With some of the highest summer temperatures in central India, thermal stress becomes the primary determinant of pedestrian behavior. Under these conditions, even well-designed sidewalks become difficult to use if they lack adequate shade. What emerged was clearly from the evidence was that relatively modest improvements in tree canopy produced disproportionately large improvements in pedestrian comfort. This changes the planning perspective completely. In extreme climates, shade cannot be treated as an environment amenity. It functions as essential urban infrastructure that determines whether walking remains a viable mode of transport. Hyderabad introduces a third mechanism, rapid urbanization. Unlike Ahmedabad and Nagpur, the central question here is how urban growth itself influences future thermal environments. The comparison between older and newer parts of the city is particularly revealing. Many recently developed corridors provide modern transport infrastructure but relatively little mature shade, whereas older neighborhoods often remain more thermally comfortable because of established tree cover and urban morphology. The implication is long-term. Street trees and comfortable microclimates cannot be created overnight. Decisions made during urban expansion today determine the thermal accessibility experienced by pedestrians decades into the future. When these three cities are examined together, the individual case studies begin to reveal a broader pattern. Ahmedabad shows that institutions matter, Nagpur shows that climate matters, Hyderabad shows that urban form matters. Yet, despite these very different contexts, all three cities converge on the same outcome. Thermally comfortable pedestrian environments are not evenly distributed. They remain concentrated in particular streets, precincts, and neighborhoods, while others continue to experience persistent thermal disadvantage. This is the most significant finding of the study. It suggests that exposure to heat is not simply an environmental condition, it is increasingly becoming a question of mobility, opportunity, and spatial equity. In other words, the ability to walk comfortably through a city depends not only on the presence of infrastructure, but also on access to environmental resources that make the infrastructure usable. It is this recurring empirical pattern, not theoretical speculation, that led to the development of the concept of shade equity. Having identified this recurring pattern across the three very different urban contexts, the next challenge was to develop a way of evaluating it systematically. The result is shade equity framework. Rather than serving as another walkability index, it provides planners with a structured way of assessing thermal accessibility through 5 interconnected dimensions: availability, accessibility, continuity, thermal quality, and equity. Together, these dimensions shift the focus from simply asking whether pedestrian infrastructure exists to asking whether it provides equitable thermally comfortable access across the city. The framework is therefore intended as a practical planning tool for climate-responsive pedestrian assessment rather than simply a theoretical construct. The findings have important implications for planning practice. Today, most pedestrian audits evaluate whether a sidewalk exists, whether it is continuous, whether it meets accessibility standards. Those criteria remain important, but this research suggests they are no longer sufficient. Under conditions of climate change, planners must also evaluate whether pedestrian infrastructure remains usable during periods of extreme heat. This means integrating thermal comfort into routine street design, prioritizing continuous shade networks rather than isolated interventions, and directing climate adaptation investments towards neighborhood and experiencing the greatest thermal disadvantage. In short, thermal accessibility should become a routine planning parameter rather than an afterthought. Beyond these practical implications, I believe the paper makes a broader conceptual contribution. The broader contribution of this paper is not simply the introduction of shared equity framework, it is the argument that climate change requires us to rethink accessibility itself. Traditionally, accessibility has been understood as the relationship between people and destinations. This research suggests that in a warming world, accessibility must also account for the environmental conditions under which movements occur. Shade equity is the conceptual lens through which that broader shift can be understood. It does not replace existing walkability frameworks, rather it extends them by recognizing thermal comfort as an essential dimension of equitable mobility. I hope this perspective contributes to future research and practice on climate responsive pedestrian planning, particularly in the rapidly urbanizing cities of the global south. Let me conclude by returning to the observation with which I began. Across all three cities, the reasons differed, but the outcome remained remarkably consistent. Access to the thermally comfortable pedestrian environments was unevenly distributed. That recurring pattern suggests that climate change is transforming accessibility itself. As temperature continues to rise, the question is no longer whether people can reach their destinations. The more important question is whether they can do so comfortably, safely, and equitably. That, I believe, is the central challenge for pedestrian planning in the coming decades. Thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to any questions that you may have after the session.
Any questions from audience side?
After, at the end, because we need this room, so we first need for it to finish the work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anshika. We move to the second presentation by Mr. Anirudh Singh Chamyar. We invite you to come on the dais and present.
Hello. Good afternoon everyone. I am Anirudh Singh Chamyar from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, and I am presenting a paper titled Rethinking Pedestrian Planning for Pilgrim Cities, a lesson from Mathura, India. So this research paper argues that pilgrim cities require a different approach to the pedestrian planning, because walking here is not merely a transport activity, but also an integral part of religious experience. Here in a table, the conventional cities, walking is just a transport mode, but in historic pilgrim cities, a religious experience. It is designed for daily commuters in conventional cities, but in pilgrim cities, it is for pilgrims and residents also. In conventional cities, it focuses on traffic efficiency, but in historic pilgrim cities, it focuses on ritual movement and safety. The footfall is constant in the conventional cities, but in historic pilgrim cities, the footfall varies with the festive seasons and other seasons also. As you all know, the scale of tourism in India accounts for about 60% of Indian domestic tourism. Religious tourism accounts for 60% of the Indian domestic tourism, representing overall 1.4 billion visits in 2022 alone. So pilgrim journeys are heavily non-motorized and characterized by a massive walking flow in extreme dense historic old cities. To understand this, first we need to understand how pilgrim cities are different from the what were the research gap that we identified during our study? The existing ITDP guidelines, complete street guideline IRC standards focuses on the generic and individual urban commuters in the generic cities, and they do not focus. There is a very less focus on pilgrim cities in India. Yeah. So, as we know that they are not adequately considering pilgrim specific issues such as movement in large group, seasonal crowd surge, pedestrian vehicle conflicts, and ritual activities occupying streets. Therefore, this study aims to develop a planning approach specifically suited for pilgrim cities. Now, the site for the study is Mathura. When Mathura was selected because it was a gateway to the Braj pilgrim circuit. It accommodated around 2.73 crores of annual visitors and contains numerous heritage and historical religious destinations, making pedestrian movement central to the city's functioning. So this is the base map for the our site that we have prepared. One base map shows the connectivity of regional connectivity of the site towards the other Braj to religious places, and the second one is a study area that we have selected, which is a core area of the Mathura city of our site. So the methodology was first we conducted a literature review and the case studies, then further study area delineation, questionnaire design and primary surveys, then the data analysis part, followed by the issue identification and proposal. The pedestrian opinion survey was designed by us, which has a different variety of questions to accommodate every type of respondent that we are crossing with, which includes the user profile and trip categorization, mode choice and IPT experience, experience rating, which was done using the Likert scale, pedestrian issues, and suggestion for the improvement by the pedestrian using them. So the further analysis shows us that almost 45% of the people were traveling in a group of 3 to 5 people, and 35% was in a group of 1 to 2 people, and the people traveling in a larger group, which include more than 5 people, were 20% during our survey. In this, I want to include that we were having a total survey collected was 300, in which the valid number of sample size we were left with were 226. Yes. So in this we noticed that the crowd management part was the rated lowest by the people across in our sample size, which turned out to be a main issue, like one of the main key issue in our research. And we have also shown in a base map of the key locations where the majority of the surveys was conducted during our survey. Then the perception of residents and the pilgrim. Here we noticed that the pilgrim who were experiencing those conditions of the pedestrian facilities in Mathura were not familiar with those conditions, so they rated the ratings quite low with comparison to the local residents who were used to of those conditions. Here, like footpath condition were rated by 2.22, and it was moderate for the local residents as they were used to it. Hygiene waste was 2.10 by poor and 2.55 by local residents rating. Encroachment and parking was rated 2.35 by poor for the pilgrim tourist rating, and for local residents it was 2.60. traffic volume conflict was a major issue for both the local and residents in our service as due to the congestion on the roads as well as the core area of the city. So here are some pictures from our site visit, from our field survey that we have clicked here, showing the pedestrian discomfort and the availability of the road infrastructure, pedestrian infrastructure in our studies area. Then comprising all the satisfaction and availability of footpath, we came out with a walkability index which it accounts for the which came out to be 0.514, showing a moderate walkability environment across the city. Then coming toward the site analysis part, as we understand that the majority the survey was conducted during the winter period in the January, so none of the respondents pointed out the discomfort that was caused by the heat island that was formed in the city. So with the help of the GIS, we analyzed the stretches all over the site and identified the area required for this area. Then proposal reclaiming streets, time-based pedestrian. In this we formulated a route for the pedestrian which was time-based. The route in the yellow was pedestrian zone for festival days and red was the pedestrian zone for normal days. Also at every interval of 1 kilometer there was a proposal for establishment of convenience center and digital signboards for the pedestrians who are using their routes. Then coming to our climate responsive toolkit, this toolkit we have proposed for the streets of the Mathura, which include which are made with using the ITDP guidelines, which includes a wide-shaded walkway, semi-shaded walkway, tree canopy, and shadow slow zone, and which can be applied to the streets of Mathura according to the road width parameters that we have mentioned here, suitable ROW, clear width, and key interventions that need to be made while implementing these solutions to the roads for the pedestrians. So the conclusion, pilgrim mobility is a predominantly pedestrian oriented with nearly 3/4 of walking trip linkage to the religious and tourism activities. Pilgrim movement patterns differ from the conventional urban travel, requiring planning approach that address ritual movement, group travel, and seasonal crowd surges. Pedestrian safety and comfort are compromised by the vehicle conflicts, encroachment and inadequate crowd management, and poor integration with the public transport. Existing pedestrian infrastructure is insufficient with a walkability index of 0.514, indicating deficit in continuity, accessibility, and usability. There is strong public support to improve walkability, as most of the users are willing to shift toward the walking if the safer and more accessible infrastructure is provided. Way forward. So from this, we our team want to way forward that adoption of the people-centric pedestrian planning framework in the pilgrim cities will improve their experience throughout their journey and on the pilgrim cities. Introduce time-based pedestrian and regulated intermediate public transport operation on key pilgrim corridors. Strengthen the crowd management and digital wayfinding to improve the navigation and safety for the visitor experience. Enhancing pedestrian amenities, replicate the framework in other pilgrims and heritage cities, develop a practical toolkit to enable planners and city authorities to design, assess and manage pedestrian environment in the historic cities like Mathura. So these are the references. In this I want to thank my whole class who have participated in the survey during our site visit and which was funded by the Amrut 2.0 under the title project Planning Toolkit for Pilgrim Cities, and which is a continuation for the previous toolkit of Ujjain that was done by our college. Thank you. These are my closing words and some references.
Thank you, Anirudh. Next we have Pratha Sharma.
Good morning, respected chairs, distinguished panel members, faculty members, and fellow participants. I am Pratha Sharma from the Department of Architecture and Planning, Manet, Bhopal. Today, I am presenting my research titled Beyond Crowd Management, Reimagining SIMHAST 2028 through Ephemeral Walkability and Ritual Urbanism in Ujjain. SIMHAST is one of the world's largest recurring religious gatherings, transforming Ujjain from a historic city into a temporary metropolis that accommodates millions of pilgrims with a short period of time. This topic is also personally meaningful to me. Having experienced Ujjain both during ordinary days and during SIMHAST, I have witnessed how familiar streets completely change their character. Roads that usually carry vehicles become continuous pedestrian corridors. Public spaces transform into places of ritual gathering and social interaction. The city functions almost like an entirely different urban system. Observing these transformations made me question whether we were truly planning for this temporary for nearly a month. Ujjain undergoes complete urban transformation. A city built for its residents, population suddenly accommodates several million visitors within a limited area and a very short time. Having experienced Ujjain during both ordinary days and SIMHAST, this transformation has always fascinated me. As someone who's lived it, I watched streets that usually serve traffic become continuous streams of people, where walking itself became the primary mode of movement. These streets were no longer transport corridors, they had become spaces for rituals, interaction, rest, commerce, and collective experience. This is where the existing planning table on this side comes in. Mobility, transport, crowd management, temporary infrastructure, riverfront planning, emergency services, environment, wayfinding, all essential. But every one of them evaluates SIMHAST from an operational perspective, never asking what kind of space is actually being created. Unlike conventional cities, where urban systems evolve gradually, SIMHAST compresses years of urban demand into few weeks. This diagram shows that cycle: preparation, arrival, temporary infrastructure, transformation of streets, formation of ritual public spaces, peak density, and the city's return to normal. Having personally lived through this, what stood out to me was never just the number of people, it was how the entire city changed its identity. On the right side, you see the planning challenges this creates. Pedestrian movement in a compact historic core, ghat accessibility, emergency preparedness, wayfinding, these are the visible symptoms. What's missing is the underlying question, the one you can really see from the street level. My literature review across pilgrimage planning, walkability, and temporary urbanism showed significant work on crowd management, traffic, and logistics. But almost all of it approaches pilgrimage cities operationally, but not as urban planning. 4 gaps stood out. Walking is treated only as transportation, not as the part of religious experience. Ritual practice and urban planning are rarely integrated. Temporary interventions are rarely likely to long-term city resilience. And no framework exists that combines mobility, ritual, public space, infrastructure, and governance together. This becomes clear to me through my experience walking through Ujjain during SIMHAST. The journey itself was essential to pilgrimage. People weren't just moving from point to point. They were ritual engaging, resting, gathering the city in ways no conventional model captures. That's my research question. How can ephemeral walkability inform the design of temporary pilgrimage cities like SIMHAST 2028? The aim of the study is to develop an ephemeral walkability framework that integrates pedestrian mobility, ritual mobility, adaptive public spaces, and planning interventions, improving both the pilgrimage experience and long-term urban resilience. 4 objectives guided this: understanding Ujjain's and functional transformation during Samasta, examine how pedestrian ritual practice and public space collectively shape the pilgrimage experience, formulating ephemeral walkability by synthesis and planning principles, and developing a Samasta and other pilgrimage cities. Stages from literature review and context analysis to gap identification. One thing that strengthened this methodology for Jane, my first-hand observations helped the realities on the ground. Accessibility and safety, but during 2 points, it becomes part of pilgrimage and spiritual meaning. City returns to normal within weeks is what I call ephemeral approach that enhances every pilgrimage environment. Practice, adaptive public space, temporary infrastructure and governance against conventional planning practice. Understanding the pilgrimage context, identify dimensions into one system. While developing this, I kept returning to how Jane actually functions during Samasta. I validated the framework against the actual planning challenges seen during Samasta, not just theory. On mobility, ritual integration, public spaces, infrastructure, and governments, each parameter shifts from a narrow operational focus to something more integrated, as the table shows. Importantly, the framework doesn't replace existing practice, it strengthens it. Crowd management and infrastructure remains essential. They just became a part of broader, people-centered strategy. Having experienced Samasta myself, I know success isn't just about efficiently people reach the ghats. It's how safety and meaningfully they experience the whole journey. This is the multi-scale strategy. Ephemeral walkability broken into operational clusters. Pedestrian mobility, public space, ritual network, and temporary infrastructure, each with concrete elements shown on the diagram. The table alongside maps each planning domain to a strategy and an expected outcome. All of it converges into what I call the integrated urban experience, seamless movement, meaningful pilgrimage, and a resilient, sustainable city. This is a phased implementation strategy, moving from preparation to execution to long-term pedestrian corridors and last-mile connectivity. Adaptive public spaces designed flexible from the start. Modular temporary infrastructure that can be rapidly installed and reused. A unified governance command system and post-event legacy. Because temporary investment shouldn't disappear. This research contributes in 4 ways, introducing ephemeral walkability as a concept that expands walkability beyond accessibility. Looking ahead, GIS and AI-assisted planning tools for real-time decisions, applying the framework to Prayagraj Kumbh, Nashik Kumbh, Haridwar, and integrating it into actual urban development policy. This research began with a simple observation that during Samasta, Ujjain doesn't merely host an event, it transformed into an entirely different city. Existing planning focuses on crowd management, traffic, and temporary infrastructure. While during a pilgrimage, it is simply transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratha. Next up, we have Zargham.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zarka Rahman from School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, and today I will be presenting my paper titled Reclaiming Sacred Pedestrian Landscapes in Indian Cities, Rethinking Walking Through the Case of Ujjain. When we think about the pedestrian planning, we usually think about wider sidewalks, safer crossings, better accessibility, and smoother movement. But during my fieldwork in Ujjain, I realized that people were constantly stopping, not because the street failed, but because stopping itself was an important part of the street's purpose. That simple observation became the starting point of this research. Let me begin with the problem. Most pedestrian planning today is based on mobility. As designers and planners, we evaluate streets using indicators such as sidewalks, width, level of service, travel time, and connectivity. These are valuable indicators, but they were developed for streets whose primary function is efficient movement. Pilgrimage cities, however, function differently. Here, people do not simply walk from one destination to another. They stop to pray, gather around temples, buy flowers and offerings, participate in religious processions, spend time in public space. In other words, walking itself becomes a cultural and a sacred experience. Unfortunately, many of these are interpreted within the conventional planning as encroachments or obstacles. My research argues that they are not obstacles. They are the fundamental to the way sacred streets actually function. This led to the research question: how should pedestrian planning account for the socio-cultural and spatial realities of the pilgrimage cities? Coming over to the research aim and gap, before beginning the fieldwork, I reviewed the literature on walkability, public realm design, cultural landscapes, pedestrian behavior, and informal urbanism. The literature has developed these fields significantly. However, I identified 4 important gaps. Firstly, most walkability tools continue to prioritize movement efficiency over cultural and experiential dimensions. Second, research on pilgrimage cities often focuses on heritage conservation, tourism, or crowd management rather than the everyday pedestrian experience. Third, the ritual practices, informal livelihoods, ecological systems, and pedestrian movement are generally studied separately instead of being understood as a one integrated system. Finally, there is a very little guidance for translating these relationships into practical corridor-level planning. This is the gap my research addresses. Therefore, the aim of this study is to develop a sacred pedestrian landscape framework, a planning lens that integrates these dimensions into the pedestrian planning. So, this study area. To investigate this question, I selected Ujjain. Ujjain is one of India's Saptapuri cities and receiving pilgrimage throughout the year, with particularly large gatherings during the semester. This historic core presents an ideal setting because it combines temple, markets, sacred water bodies, and everyday public life within a dense urban fabric. Within this area, I selected 2 contrasting corridors. First is the Kamli Marg, which connects the Mahakal corridor to towards the Kal Bhairav. Secondly is the Govardhan Sagar, a sacred waterfront corridor with limited pedestrian infrastructure. Studying these 2 contrasting conditions allowed me to understand different expressions of sacred pedestrian environments within the same city. The methodology. The study follows a qualitative urban design methodology. Primary data included field observations, behavioral mapping, pedestrian movement mapping, photographic documentation, and measured street sections. These observations are complemented with secondary sources such as planning documents, satellite imagery, and the published literature. The research moved through the 4 stages: exploration, documentation, analysis, and finally synthesis. Coming towards the findings. So the city first emerged finding was the cityscape. Behavior mapping showed that the temples, chowks, and the ghats consistently function as the congregation nodes. These are the locations where pedestrian movement naturally slows down and the social interaction increases. This slowing down is intentional. People gather to worship, wait, meet others, purchase offerings, and participate in rituals. These pauses should not be interpreted as inefficiencies. Instead, they reveal the cultural logic through which the sacred public spaces are experienced. This observation became the foundation for the rest of the research. Coming towards the first street study, the first detailed study focused on the Kamri Marg. At the first glance, this appears to be a busy commercial street carrying the mixed traffic. However, field observations revealed something more interesting. Kamri Marg does not function as a conventional traffic street. It functions as an elongated sacred forecourt. Because it has Gopal Mandir as the beginning of the street, throughout the corridor, ritual shops, flower vendors, and the informal activities continuously activate the street edges. Pedestrian vendors, worshippers, and vehicles all negotiate the same shared space. Behavior mapping also showed repeated congregation near the temple and important junctions. Movement is therefore organized around the pausing nodes rather than the uninterrupted pedestrian flow. An important observation was that both Ganesh Research procession and the Bohra Muslim Tazia procession use the same section of the corridor. This demonstrates that Kamri Marg is not a simple transport corridor. Yet, it is a shared sacred public realm where ritual, commerce, and everyday life coexist. Next is the Govardhan Sagar. The second corridor presented is a completely different condition. Unlike Kamri Marg, Govardhan Sagar suffers under provision. Although it is a major sacred destination, there are discontinuous pedestrian paths, limited lighting, insufficient shade, and poor pedestrian facilities. As a result, pedestrians are forced to walk alongside the moving vehicles. This demonstrates that the sacred pedestrian environments also depend upon the ecological systems and the blue-green infrastructure. The comparative implications. Comparing these 2 corridors led to an important conclusion. Kamri Marg represents over-occupation. Govardhan Sagar represents under-provision. These are very 2 different spatial conditions, yet both are sacred streets. This comparison demonstrates that no single mobility-oriented planning tool can adequately respond to both situations. Therefore, pedestrian planning in a sacred city requires a different way of thinking. Hence, I propose a framework for GEN, that is the Sacred Pedestrian Landscape Framework. This helps designers and planners understand that what should be considered before any intervention is designed. The framework consists of 5 principles: processional connectivity, which recognizes ritual routes as primary pedestrian networks; ritual-sensitive public realm acknowledges that congregation and pausing is as essential as public activities; integration of informal economies, which recognizes vendors and contributors to the pilgrimage experience rather than the encroachment. The blue-green pedestrian networks integrates the sacred water bodies, landscape, and walking environments. Finally, the collaborative governance, which brings together municipalities, temple trusts, and community organization for longer management. So how can this framework be applied to other cities? The framework is intended to be both an evaluation and a planning tool. Its applications begins with 4 questions. Where does the pedestrian move actually occur? Where do people pause and gather? Which livelihoods and ritual activities occupy in the public space? Which institutions are responsible for managing these places? To answer these questions, then the guide corridor specification interventions, such as improving pedestrian continuity, organizing vending spaces, strengthening the shade and lighting, enhancing the access to temples and ghats, and improving the institutional coordination. In this way, the framework moves beyond one standard solution and instead respond to the unique condition of each sacred corridor. To conclude, this research does not argue against the conventional walkability. Instead, it argues that mobility alone is insufficient in a sacred urban context. Through field observations of Ujjain, I found that walking is shaped by ritual practices, informal livelihoods, ecological systems, and public life. In addition to movement, based on these observations, I propose this sacred pedestrian landscape framework as a lens for sacred pedestrian environments. And to conclude, in pilgrimage cities, streets are not merely corridors of movement. They are living sacred public realms. Planning them before requires understanding and not only how people move, but also why they gather, pause, and worship. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge my groupmates which we worked upon during our first semester. Mirza Usman Beg, Tanaya Chiplungar, and Sirjan Jain, who helped me during the survey in Ujjain. Thank you.
Thank you, Zarka. Next, we have Shobhan and Mohammed Fahad.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fahad, and I'm here with my colleague Shobhan, and we are going to present our research paper titled as
Rethinking Pedestrian Spaces in Udaipur, Informality, Blue Infrastructure, and Reimagination of Urban Mobility in Heritage City of the Global South. So, before starting, I would just like to put a question that will guide our research, and it is more like extension to our previous presentation also. But this is the case of Udaipur. So how do we impose walkability? We usually think about redesigning streets through wider footpaths, traffic calming, and pedestrianization. But what if redesigning of streets isn't actually possible, specifically in heritage cities? That is the question that motivated this research.
we start with why this study matters. As we know that the street level design alone cannot solve the pedestrianization challenge in Udaipur because of the heritage and the spatial constraint. So we have to think about the alternative to it, that is being the green-blue infrastructure as a mobility network, in which we imagine the lakes and ghats as a network of ecological asset that connects the city well. Our design focuses on informality, connectivity, and the thermal comfort. That leads to the research approach of field observation, spatial analysis, and through the literature review, in which we get the research problem of due to the vehicular congestion, the streets are dominated by the cars, and we know that there are narrow street limits, the conventional solutions such as road widening and street redesign. And since the lake ghats and garden and open spaces remain underutilized as mobility infra, that leads to the research question of, can Udaipur historic green-blue infrastructure function as an alternate to the pedestrian mobility network? That leads to the four objectives, which are: understand why pedestrian environments are collapsing, study informal pedestrian behavior, examine lake system as mobility infrastructure, and propose the green-blue infrastructure network. During our literature study, we found the research gap of that walkability literature treats street design and ecological infrastructure at separate planning tracks. And the lake system of the Udaipur is being treated as aesthetically and ecologically, but not as theorized as mobility resources. And there is no existing framework reposition regarding to this. In our previous research, we also found that there are abundance of green and blue asset across the Udaipur city, and we mapped around 213 open green spaces across the space. But the question arises of the accessibility to it, in which we formed an isochronic survey, in which we found there are many gaps in between them. Our methodology starts with the understanding of the literature, which include pedestrian mobility, blue-green infra, and heritage urbanism. That leads to study area analysis of Udaipur historic core. That leads to research framework, which include aims, objective, concept development, and green-blue pedestrian network framework. That leads to data collection, analysis, and proposed green-blue pedestrian network, which include network design, planning strategies, and governance. a study based from the participatory approach in which we do the behavioral mapping of the pedestrians through our community engagement program, in which we have done 3 city walks and 2 design workshops based on the urban open spaces, in which we invite the people of Udaipur and divided them into a group, in which we forced to imagine themselves and play the protagonist of the user. Based on their inferences, we have identified the common patterns, which are traffic conflicts, informal crossing, edge walking, shade seeking, and lake edge sitters. Earlier, we imagined the lake as tourism, ecological, and heritage aspect, but now we imagine themselves mobility, climate, infrastructure, and public space.
Through the insights, we realized that what we are seeking already exists there. So historically, the streets of Udaipur were designed for pedestrian. They had shaded places, mixed use. At the same time, these were climate responsive. But at the same time, in this fight between bringing cars to the cities, the streets became overused, accommodating all kinds of transportation systems within the old city. Hence, we face congestion, pollution, conflict, and thermal stress in these streets currently. Understanding the behavior of pedestrians, we realize that pedestrians rarely follow the routes planners intend to. They negotiate following exists. So our question shifted. Instead of asking where should people walk, we started asking where are people already choosing to walk. This is where our green-blue pedestrian network proposal comes into play, which I would like to emphasize that it's not a master plan, not a street redesign proposal, it's a planning framework. Asks planner to recognize lakes, parks, ghats, existing open spaces, making the 5 components of one connected pedestrian system. These 5 principles are continuity, diversity, climate responsiveness, heritage integration, and co-production. When these principles are established, these can be translated into spatially. Rather than isolated project, the framework connects existing assets into a continuous network system. As you can see in this, we have also incorporated the proposed ferry system within the Fateh Sagar, which might be using sustainable ways in which the boats can work out. Also connecting all the smaller parklets, and at the same time small but many principle, making a corridor connecting the north-south spine of the old city itself. These 5 components work together. Some improve accessibility, others strengthen heritage interpretation, others increase thermal comfort. Each supports the other. The proposal works as a system rather than individual projects. If implemented or worked upon, we can expect improved connectivity, distribute tourist movements, increase everyday accessibility, strengthen climate resilience, encourage short walking trips, which is healthier for city people. Talking about the governance model, delivering such systems require governance of a system rather than isolated projects. Similar to multiple institutions are already practicing this kind of governance framework, in which the private players collaborate with the urban local bodies or the improvement trust to adopt a park or a green space or a public infrastructure and maintain and activate it. Apart from that, special purpose vehicle can be set up under a governing body, like there is Sabarmati Riverfront Development Corporation, Hooghly River Ferry Services. Similarly, there can be a body that can be the governing body of this infrastructure, this framework. So I would like to conclude with 3 points, 3 contributions. Conceptually, we imagined Udaipur's ecological heritage as functional mobility infrastructure. empirically we found out that participatory city walk, an approach that gave us observations that conventional walkability audits couldn't. Practically, adaptability of green-blue planning network is another heritage city. This is replicable in another heritage city of Global South. Thank you. So, just want to end with a quote. Future is not building entirely new, but learning to see what already exists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now open the forum for discussion. I'd like to come on stage for the moderators. As you wish. Then you can discuss from here.
So we have total 5 resolutions. Both are, all are very, informative and very soothing, very, lot of concrete knowledge we got it from this presentation. And one thing I want to say is the total pedestrian trips were around 90%. Just see the figure of 1925. The pedestrian figures was the 90% trips are pedestrian trips, only 10% trips are some vehicular trips or whatever. Then you come after 50 years, 75, only 5% appreciation was there, 75% trips were pedestrian trips, the remaining 25% trips were. And now you, after 50 years, from 1975 to 2025, 92% trips are the vehicular trips, only 8% trips are the. Why it is happening basically? Because we are not providing the what exactly pedestrian want actually. What kind of infrastructure they require, what kind of facility, amenities they require for the walking. If you see one more factual figure I want to share with you, that if you have some idea about the Amsterdam, the capital of Holland, Netherlands. In 2000, the total pedestrian trips was around 90%. But now the total pedestrian trips was only, total vehicular trips were 90% and pedestrian trips were only 10%. But now it is just reversed. Last 25 years, unka pedestrian trips were 90% and vehicular trips were, and it is one of the most ideal sustainable pedestrian infrastructure for entire world. So you just see the thing, what kind of, they only focus on what users want. Whether if you want to about the width of footpath, how shaded they are, and also the continuity of footpath, safety, security, whatever. If you see, a new concept was arrived about the BRTS. Okay. Basically, my background is from transportation branch, so I can share this thing. BRTS is till now, almost 90% people think that BRTS is what it is one kind of public transport. It is not the public transport. It is basically a system in which we have the dedicated lane for each mode of transport. We have to provide dedicated lane for pedestrian, dedicated lane for buses, dedicated lane for fast moving lane, and dedicated lane for energy lane, non-motorized lane. It is one of the attempts that how we can increase, how we can motivate the people to provide towards a safer, walkability. So the bottom line is what that title is very well defined. What is the concept? The rethinking about the pedestrian space. Okay? So we have to also rethink about how we can increase, what kind of infrastructure pedestrian required on the present world.
Yeah, so congratulations to all the 5 presenters. I think all of you presented very interesting topics. Some were conceptually strong, while some were strong on methods. But I think, in conferences that's the beauty, because it doesn't have to be so rigorous in method. even a new idea. The first one, which talked about shade equity. As an idea, I think it's wonderful that you're even thinking about something separately as shade equity, and you're talking about it from the lens of environmental justice, which is wonderful. That was the only multi-city study. The rest of you, I think all roads lead to Ujjain now. So there was an exodus of topics on Ujjain. I will also be presenting on Ujjain after this. So it's interesting to see that so much of work is happening. I think the one point I'd like to highlight both with the Review study as well as the Ujjain ones is that all of us are thinking about looking at pedestrian infrastructure in a major way. All our streets have been taken over by cars, what Anuj just said. The fact that there is so much of conversation happening around pedestrianization, and particularly in old cities where we have limitations of space, I think that is a wonderful beginning. And all of you have done very good work. I think the last one I liked the way that you engaged with citizens, 3 things. That was very interesting. The ones on Ujjain each brought new perspectives. All of them were, the Mathura case, which our own students were, that was an extension of what we had done in Ujjain, and we took it forward. So, that's the idea of adding to the body of knowledge. And well, that's it. I don't think I'll add anything more. Wonderful work. Get the students time to ask.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Question or some bite from students' side?
Hello, I'm Sandeep Singh. I'm a doctoral scholar at SP Bhopal. So my question is that we are starting to rethink about pedestrian spaces, but along with pedestrian spaces, we have to look for all the users. Those are there. Like when we talk, we have the clear pedestrian path that's there, but there is a abetting land use also, which affects on it. If it's a commercial zone, there might be a spillover of the shops. If it's a restaurants and other things are there, then there would be street vendors also. And when we are planning for the pedestrians, we might skip them. So we also have to include them, because if we are not including them, those are giving us a dominoes effect, like spillover is coming to the footpath users are coming to the roads, and roads are getting congested. So there might be conditions that we are having sufficient spaces at some places, but they are not actually getting used because of that domino effect leading to a different problem. So I would like to have some views about it so that I can further go into that, how this research can take them into the consideration.
Yeah, so Sandeep, you were part of our last video also, and you'll be part of this. I think pedestrians go where activities are there. If you remove the activities, pedestrians will not go there, right? So we have to plan for both. But the point is, we've seen it in Ujjain also, I'll show it later also, there's a contestation for space. And that is where the whole point of how do you prioritize what? Half your problem will be solved if you have vendors fine, commercial fine, pedestrians, but remove the traffic, the vehicular traffic. And we've seen it being done. You do time sharing during the day, so that vehicles come in at certain times, load, unload. Emergency services have to be kept there, but the remaining space is given over. You hand it back to pedestrians and vendors and all the multiple users. And I think that is happening in a lot of places. You can't look at it as a microzone work. It has to be city level network planning. Where can you impose one-way streets? Where can you have only IPT? Where can you take out the traffic at certain times? So we have to look at it in a broader perspective, and then remember that pedestrians will go where activities are there.
I want to add one point on that. See, if you want a efficient system, so the integration of 3 P's are very important. One is called the people, ठीक है. Second is the planner, third is the police. ठीक है. So police basically for enforcement, planner for making proposals and policies, and people is a you know why.
एक भी और ऐड कर दीजिए ना. एक भी और ऐड कर दीजिए.
Politician भी ऐड कर सकते हैं. We can actually we have 5 P's. ठीक है. Politician and those.
ब्लैकमेल करना चाहिए citizens को.
So basically there are 5 P's. It is a hierarchy.
Yes.
Politician, policies, planner, police and public, like this.
So it has to be an interface, not an access actually.
Thank you so much. I think we can conclude this technical session. Let's have a 10-minute tea break, and after that we'll begin with our plenary session, which is scheduled, which we are running a little behind schedule, which will start at 4:40.
And we'll all join here only, the plenary session will happen. Yes, the same one.
अच्छा.
is a distinguished urban planner, researcher, and educator whose work focuses on transit-oriented development, sustainable mobility, walkability, cycling, and urban policy reforms. He has led several national, including VREF-funded project, Informal and Shared Mobility, Status and Opportunities in India, and currently leads the Mumbai Living Lab under the VREF International Research Program on walking as a mode of transport. Our next panelist who has joined us online is Dr. Tathagat Chatterjee, Professor of Urban Management and Governance, School of Human Settlements, Xavier University, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Chatterjee is a distinguished academic, researcher, and an urban planning expert whose work spans a wide range of contemporary urban issues. His teaching and research focuses on urban policies and institutions, land management and development control, theoretical foundations of sustainable urbanization, urban economic development and livelihood, and urban environment and climate change. He has made significant contributions to advancing sustainable urban governance, policy and planning in India. We are also delighted to welcome Ms. Nitya Ramesh, Director, Planning and Design, Jana Urban Space Foundation. Ms. Ramesh is leading urbanist and architect with extensive experience in designing people-first streets and public spaces. She has played a key role in advancing the tender show framework, an innovative approach that reimagines street as integrated public space with continuous footpaths, safe cycling infrastructure, organized utilities, and inclusive urban design. Her work has significantly influenced the way Indian cities approach complete streets and sustainable mobility. Completing the panel is Dr. Shivali Mitra, Professor, Department of Urban and Regional Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. With extensive experience in academia, consultancy, and policy, she has led and contributed to projects including slum upgradation across 21 cities in Karnataka, transportation feasibility studies, and integrated bus terminal planning and research on housing and land markets. Her work continues to shape planning practice through impactful research, consultancy, and institutional leadership. To moderate today's discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Alka Bharat, Professor, Department of Architecture and Planning, Management. With over 3 decades of experience in architecture, spatial planning, and sustainable urban development, Professor Bharat has made significant contributions to academia, research, and institutional leadership. Her work spans spatial planning, climate resilience, environmental sustainability, natural resource management, economics, and human rights, with a strong emphasis on creating inclusive, resilient, and public-centric built environments. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and distinguished panelists. I invite everyone to the dais. Can we have a round of applause for them? I request Professor Bharat to please briefly explain how the panel discussion will move, and then we can begin with.
A very good evening to, first of all, my panelists. I welcome them to educate actually all of us with the huge treasure of experience and insights they bring with them in a very capsule form. So, welcoming Ms. Nitya, Professor Reddu, Professor Shuri, and Professor Tathagat, who's virtually working or contributing to the discussion which will happen today in a very rigorous manner. Why I'm saying rigorous manner? Because we have a very clear two groups within a panel. Professor Ritul and Professor Tathagat. There will be the possibility of something putting in conflict, putting in working together, how governance will be looking at, and what Professor Ritul will come up, how it is happening on the site in real world. Similarly, we will have Ms. Nitya speaking of how the world is working on ground, along with what Professor Shivli has to bring from few other examples. This is because the contextuality is there. We might not get alignments of thoughts. We might not get something which all of them agree upon, and that is the beauty of the panel we should always appreciate. So the panel discussion will go like this. Each of them, they will have a presentation, I think 15 minutes, right? They will have 15 minutes of their presentations, taking insight from what they are presenting today, right? I'll be trying to put them together in form of a story that works. So at the end, they have whatever they have to speak as single liners, as takeaway of this panel discussion. I'll be requesting them to please speak at the end. That's fine.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, let's begin with the presentations. I request that Tathagat sir to please begin with his presentation while we present it here. Yes. Sir, I think just can we please wait for a minute? We are not audible.
Is it to unmute or you can put this? Do we have internet? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you are audible as well. Can we please begin with the presentation? Thank you.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. So, thank you and a very good evening to everyone.
First of all, I would like to express my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Dasgupta and Manit and SPM Bhopal for the honor of inviting me for this program. I would have been really delighted to be being there in person because this is an issue in which I strongly believe in, but unfortunately due to some scheduling issues I could not make it. So without wasting any more time, let me start my presentation. Is it visible? Yes. Okay. I've titled my talk as Conflicting Rights, Competing Interests and Contested Streets. As many of you might know that on 19th of June this year, the Honorable Supreme Court of India in a case, Mani Vilas versus P. Appan and others, case declared that the right to walk safely on demarcated footpaths as a fundamental right under the Article 19 and under Article 21. So, with this, the development authorities, the municipalities and the panchayats have been entrusted with this responsibility to provide unobstructed and properly demarcated footpaths or pedestrian walkways. So the point is, if the court has very strongly mentioned that walking is a form of democratic participation in the city, and if a road, it also drew links between walking and its links to India's freedom movement. And with this, it said that if a road exists, there must then be a duty to ensure that a footpath is demarcated and maintained for the walkers. So with this judgment, what the Honorable Supreme Court has done, it is that it has expanded the scope for what is otherwise an optional pedestrian infrastructure often taken by the civic bodies to a binding public law duty. So it is now an obligatory function for all the urban local bodies to provide safe, unobstructed walking space on the roads wherever it is. Now, while this is a very welcome judgment and that brings the issue of walkability, which is a very important step in our everyday mobility, and all public transportation, all public access to public transport starts or begins with a walk. And I mean, there are earlier studies in different Indian cities that has documented that about 30% of the people use walk as a mode of transport for their daily livelihoods, to meet, to go to the place of work. But also, this raises a very fundamental governance questions. Because as I see it, there are three main groups of the street vendors and of course the vehicles. But again, none of these are very clear-cut black and white elements, because there are the pedestrians are also, there are issues of gender and age. So vendors are again of multiple types. There are push cars, stalls, mobile vendors, static vendors. And vehicles are of course of various categories. There are two-wheelers, four-wheelers, public vehicle, private vehicle, services vehicle. So it is a complex question that has come up. Is that while the court has framed the issue as a rights perspective, but who really decides? And who really mediates, in how a public space a street is going to be used and who will be using what quantum of that space. Now here, one of the critical dimension is that how do we negotiate the footpath, which is often also used for street vending. So the question of street vending is particularly important in Indian context if we look at it from its socio-economic dimensions. So while there is no very detailed statistics or data about how many street vendors are there in India, but nevertheless, if we look at the PM Swanidhi scheme, which is a Prime Minister's street vendor support scheme, which lists there are about more than 7.7 million people who are the direct beneficiaries of this program, and eligible people's number has been counted as over 14 million. So that's a huge number of people. But also, the street vending, it's not just a livelihood issue for the urban poor. Street vending forms an important component of the supply chain links between the formal economy and the informal economy. See, in a sense, it is a last mile connectivity between the producer and the consumers. And again, we all urban planners and urban designers, we are all aware what J. Jacobs had said way back in the 1960s, that they act as the eyes on the street. So vending actually makes walking safer. So vending and walking are not two polar opposites. Vending adds value to walking because it makes the road safer. It adds to gender safety and also increases footfalls. The areas which has vendors has got higher number of pedestrians. But on the other hand, and there is also the issue of social perception, where the question of street vending is often associated with worsening of the city environmental conditions, aesthetic conditions, and in many cases, many cities, vendors are also associated with criminalization. So they are seen as, they are getting into some sort of antisocial elements. However, also along with this socio-economic dimension, there is also a legal dimension. So because the Street Vendors Protection of the Livelihood Act, which was enacted by the National Parliament in 2014, has given it also a statutory right. So on the one hand, it recognizes street vending as a legitimate form of urban livelihood. At the same time, it also protects under the same Article 19 as a right to carry on the occupation. So what in effect happens, so now there is a conflict between the right to walk versus the right to walk as a street vendor. Yeah. It also, the Street Vendors Act also supports Article 21, which is about the right to livelihood and dignity, and also it gives a safeguard against arbitrary evictions. However, since the Act was enacted in 2014, it did not have a very smooth passage, and there had been multiple court cases against this act, and there had been several different interpretations of this act at the high courts and Supreme Courts. But nevertheless, what remains constant, that the right of the hawkers is well recognized under the Article 19 of the Constitution, and there have been some very important judgments given in important cases like Maharashtra Ekta Hawkers Union versus the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai, Olgara Terrace versus the Bombay Municipal Corporation, and Shodan Singh versus the New Delhi Municipal Committee. So these are some of the landmark judgments which has enshrined the rights of the street vending in public spaces and in footpaths. But mention there is also a very strong governance dimension. And this governance dimension plays out at different levels. First of all, at the central level, the Street Vendors Act is an enabling legislation. So, because in India, urban development is a state subject. So, a central act does not automatically apply to the cities. So the Street Vendors Act, which was passed by the Parliament, needed to be passed by all the subsequent state legislatures as subsidiary legislation for the Act to become valid in particular states. But that also does not bring it to the city level, because many cases, while all the states have passed this subordinate legislation to ratify the Street Vendors Act in their specific states, in many cases, its ratification or inclusion in the State Municipal Act and State Town Planning Acts has not followed the exact same timeline. So there are cases where the state has ratified the Street Vendors Act but not incorporated the same provisions under the state municipal acts or the state town planning acts. Then the most important issue comes down at the city level, where there are three important dimensions. First of all, there is a dimension of institutionalization. Because the Street Vendors Act has specified formation of the town vending committees as a statutory planning institutions for participatory decision making, and also it has suggested certain composition of how the town vending committees are going to be there, what percentage of the committee members' positions shall be held by the vendors, how many members should be from the government side, and who is going to chair the town vending committee. That responsibility lies with the municipal commissioners and municipality CEOs. There are also specifications regarding carrying out of authentic survey of street vendors, and this street vending survey it's not a one-time exercise. This survey needs to be done at every 5 years. Third, there is an urban planning dimension. On the one hand, that every city is required to prepare a city level vending plan by identifying what are the vending zones and what are the non-vending zones, and also how to accommodate the vendors in different zones, because there is a limit that about 2.5% of the municipal wards population needs to be considered as a part of the vending. But in a city, it is not always so uniform, because there could be more vendors in some specific wards and there could be less vendors in other wards. So it is necessary to have a city level vending and non-vending zones to accommodate the question of street vendors. Also, as this is a state level legislation, there are variations between state to state. And our research shows that there are, in different cases, different states has got different provisions. For example, in the case of enumeration or survey Delhi government has specified that the survey needs to be a digitized survey with photo biometric, so all the vendors to be documented, and also GIS mapping of street vendors, and forms for the updation of the records of the street vendors. There should be a unique record number. Now, when it comes to urban planning norms, there are also some variations and from state to state. For example, Tamil Nadu Act says that town vending committee shall identify vending and non-vending zones within the 6 months of publication of a scheme on the of another scheme based on the width of the street, volume of traffic, and number of pedestrians passing through the street, and other such identifications which would impact the vending zones in consultation with traffic police. So that means there is a timeliness specified into the act, so it cannot be kept on hanging for a long time. Also, the Tamil Nadu Act specifies that the vending zones and non-vending zones needs to be reviewed every 5 years. Haryana Government's Act also specifies what would be the size of one particular vending area. I mean, one particular vending kiosk, or in the case of a hawker on the street, what would be the dimension of the vending area. The West Bengal Act also specifies how much portion of the pavement needs to be kept free from any encroachment. That West Bengal Act clearly says that vending activity needs to be restricted to within 1/3 of the width of the pavement, leaving 2/3 of the space for the movement of the people. Also, vending needs to be free from the carriageways, and also restricting vending near major intersections. Now, as in India, we often have very good planning and governance norms, but the biggest challenges are often in implementation. Now, our research shows that when it comes to implementation challenges, there are 3 or 4 major areas. First of all, there is a question of institutionalization. So, although the Act specifies for the formation of the town vending committee, in many cases, this formation of the town vending committees had been very inordinately delayed. So, even though the Street Vendors Act came into being in 2014, in case of West Bengal, in Calcutta in particular, so there had been long delays in formation of the town vending committees, and actually this town vending committee did not get formed until there was a court case lodged by the Street Vendors Associations. So the Street Vendors Association launched repeated court cases, and then only due to the prodding of the High Court, then finally the state government took action and advised the Calcutta Municipal Corporation to form the town vending committees. But again, even after formation of the town vending committees, it has not been a very smooth journey, because the participation of the vendors in the vending zone surveys has not been very proper. There have been several cases where the municipal corporation has carried out vending surveys without the presence of the town vending committee members. So, which again was challenged in the court, and which led to court giving instructions for the TDC members to be present, and then again the re-surveys had to be done. Thirdly, there are issues of inadequate involvement of the town vending committees into the master planning process. So although TVC is now a constitutionally recognized institutional entity, but when some cities form their new master plans, for example, the master plan of Delhi or master plan of Bangalore, where even though the issue of street informal sector spaces have been kept, but the institutional approach towards the involvement and participation of the TVCs had not been very regular. Fourthly, there are questions about the monitoring. So once the vendors have been provided, vending certificates have been given, vending zones have been earmarked, but the Act says that the vending zones needs to be monitored and the data needs to be updated regularly, which is not happening. So it is not to be seen as a one-time exercise. Then again, there are questions about identifying the root cause of the main challenge about the contestations on the road. Because if we do a quick check, the area of a vending stall, according to Haryana guideline, it is more or less same everywhere. It's roughly about 2.2 square meter. Now, what is the size of this vending stall? It is less than half that of a small car, like say Hyundai i10 or something like that, which is about 5.2 square meter. So, but on the one hand, a car can be parked on a busy street for about 20 rupees per hour. So it is also occupying a hugely expensive urban real estate. But that issue seldom comes into the picture when we discuss the issue of walk versus work. Because often the justification of not providing pavements by the city agencies is that once we provide the pavement, it is going to be occupied. So that is not really a very sound logic. Now, to me, the main question here is that of a question of scale. While the Supreme Court judgment and the constitutional framing of the vending rights versus the pavement versus the pedestrian rights, however, at the end of the day, the issue needs to be reconciled at the local scale. Between the vendors, between the pedestrians and the motorists. So there are provisions for that. So at the institutional level, what is necessary that we need to have on ward level municipal committees, municipal ward committees, which needs to be formed and needs to have their meetings regularized, and the town vending committees needs to be integrated in this ward level governance architecture. Otherwise, in a macro level judgment, which sets the parameters, but its implementation will remain problematic. And here comes the role of the urban planning activity, that is, the local area plans needs to resolve this conflict and what is the area of to be provided for vending zone and what is not to be provided for vending zone. Which are the areas which require more walking infrastructure, and how that walking infrastructure is going to be maintained and managed. So with this, I come to the end of my talk. I'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
Do we have any questions? We will have questions at the end. Right. Do we have questions at the end? So, Professor, you said 5.
Okay, actually, I need to leave by 5:45. I have got a flight to catch. So we will
I'll just put it in a nutshell. what you have spoken, and will make it open to the audience in case if they look for some questions, some responses to the queries. Is it fine, Professor?
Sir, are you able to hear our moderator?
No, I do not get the question.
Sir, it's not the question, I'm yet to start.
Can you hear?
Oh, okay, yes, now, well, can you just repeat?
She's going to start asking. So she's asking, can you hear her?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Tathagar, for raising and letting all of us know very crucial points, the constitutional articles 19 and 21, right? It's very important to achieve balance between it. So what you have mentioned, even mentioning Jacob's eye on the street, that there is a right? But it's a conflicting right to walk and right to work, right? On the other side, you refer to the federal requirements, that is the scale, starting from central to state to local. So we do have some provisions in place, but when it comes to implementation, there is an issue, very rightly said. So, but we will be looking for, how do you see this conflict through some new perspectives? What type of workable options do you suggest which can work at grassroots?
Shall I respond?
Yes, please.
Point is that although we have got very important, interesting provisions already there, however, the implementation does not happen because there are a very strong vested interest on not implementing. Because see, actually, if we look at this from a public policy point of view, we have to recognize the fact that every policy at the end of the day is political. So unless there are a political will, so the issue of street vending and that political perspective is from which angle. So there are some people, for some cases, there are very strong links between at the local political economy of the street vending versus kind of a local municipal level politics, which if I refer to the works of Partha Chatterjee, the famous political scientist, says that the survival politics of the poor. So as long as the street vending activity remains some kind of a legal limbo and not legalized at the municipal government level, so then the democracy sword is hanging on the head, and the sword hanging on the head provides the opportunity for rent seeking. But the moment that the street vending activity gets legalized at the municipal level, I'm not talking about the national constitutional act or the state state government level ratification. I'm talking about the local street levels, police, the street level bureaucrat, unless they are sensitized and they are made aware and the rights are documented through a institutional process of involving the street vendors, then the issue would remain contested. because there are, and then again there are another group of active forces which would like to evict vending altogether in the name of city beautification. So these are competing forces. So these are competing forces, and how do we negotiate between the competing forces and their power relations? So from a governance perspective, we need to recognize these power relations and get this incorporated into the planning aspect. And in that sense, the local ward committee provides the right democratic space for this participation involving the town vending committee. So this is in spirit of the act and also in line with the various court judgments. But that needs to be implemented, and that implementation would require some push at the bottom level.
Any questions from the audience? Anybody wants to? Okay. Thank you, Professor. It was clearly very insightful. And then you have made the work of other panelists too hard because of this capitalist approach that has done it. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Okay, thank you so much. And Dr. Dasgupta, it was really a pleasure, but I'm really sorry I could not make it in person. So it is, I wish you all the best for your conference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I'll just put one statement by Professor David Harvey. He mentioned production of capitalist spaces, and this is what was very, very well addressed by Professor. Now I'll be requesting Professor Little, please.
I think while we find the password, it's been a long day, and indulge me for a minute. This will involve putting down your phone. So if you just do, when I say 1 or 1, 2, we'll do that 3 times, just to, sort of energize ourselves. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you. So I got all my claps in the beginning of the presentation. Alright, so I'm going to put a timer because it's important to finish in 15 minutes, and I hope we find the password to the computer soon. So the presentation that I'm going to show has mainly making 3 points, and those 3 points are how walking or walkability is essentially an argument related to built environment to begin with, but at the same time, building on all that was discussed in the morning in the first half, that we also need to create knowledge about how walking practices happen in our context, in Southeast Asian context, as well as how do we look at our transportation system, how they are. All right. Thank you. Yeah, so these are 3 points I'm trying to make. That it's essentially walkability is about built environment to begin with, but at the same time we need to develop research, we need to develop theories, we have to develop our own sort of homegrown understanding about 2 aspects. One is how we have normalized what is called the automobile first approach in our context, and second thing is how do we understand walking as a practice of walking, how do we walk on the street, and how do we sort of build our theory ground up so that our practice becomes better. So the built environment argument, as many of your architects, planners, etc., I don't have to tell you much, but I mean we know that our historic cities had no option, but they were organically sort of developed cities which were walking friendly. Okay, and then comes sort of both the colonial as well as the modernist planning, which looks at things in a very different way. And I'll show you an example of how we have normalized some of those ideas in our curriculum, in our understanding. But also the fact that we simply often design in denial as if the pedestrians don't exist. I think as Himanshu was saying in the morning, that even though the reports say 30, 40%, 50% walking trips, our final proposals have nothing to do with that. And we also know that walking trips are underreported, under-documented, and actually if you ask the transport modelers, they don't know how to model a walking trip, right? Or then how do we sort of link that in terms of the proposal? And then what is conflicting with all this is the idea of the street as a lived space, is extension of people's houses, businesses, etc. And that is also coupled by the fact that if we don't have very vibrant public spaces, all the activities in the city would happen on the street. And that's why the conflict that you will see is a sort of street as a bazaar versus street as a conduit of vehicles. Okay, we almost have that dual personality of an Indian street. If you talk to a traffic engineer, traffic police, or a civil engineer, they will tell you that, you know, this is what we are taught in traffic engineering, this is how you deal with it. And pedestrian is not traffic. If you talk to traffic police, they will tell you that, you know, in a lot of places where ITDP and other people are working, now they will consider pedestrian as something which is part of whose safety they have to ensure. And this is also deep rooted in the fact that, so I don't mean this only in terms of colonial planning. I also mean the way in which we police our streets. Because the policing in colonial India and policing after that, the police in India assumes almost as a colonial legacy that their job is to control things. Their job is not to really provide safety. Whereas police in the UK thinks that their job is to take care of their citizens and ensure their safety. So I think there is a sort of an institutional culture that we have developed around engineering and policing, which sort of result in this on one side. And secondly, when we start documenting this, so I won't spend, so a lot of our students do this work. This is the work that is done by Maulik students. When we start mapping the way in which walking happens, it tells us a very different idea of how the street gets used. And there we also have an issue of discontinuous footpath, the infrastructure that we have, etc. It can be highly problematic. But what is also more problematic is the idea of creating this kind of environment without lighting, high compound walls, dark areas, and which creates unsafe environment. And it's partly the built environment, it's also partly the way in which the gender and the city sort of understand each other. You know, if you have a high compound wall, narrow footpath with a truck parked there, you know, men would walk through that sort of narrow alleyway without thinking. Women would never venture into that kind of an area. So this subtle behavior that we have also tells us a lot about the kind of built environment that we have designed. So what do we do in terms of design? This is a wonderful work again from ITDP. And this is a picture by Santosh where it shows that a street in India, what do we mean to have a complete street? It will have vendors, it will have some space to walk, it will have organized parking, it will have sort of more active frontages, not really high compound walls, some furniture zone, and at least on the streets which are 24 meters and above, this could be done easily. In other areas, we will have to see how do we balance some of these things, but the good news about the narrower street is that they are slow street in their nature, and they can be designed as slow streets, right? Now, contrast to this is the second argument, which is really about how do we really look at the automobile friendly approach, which is completely imbibed in the way in which we look at the street. Coincidentally, we have just completed 20 years of National Urban Transport Policy of 2006, which talked about streets for people over roads for vehicle. Actually, we need to celebrate that, okay? I don't know how, but 20 years of NUTP, we should do something about it. But the point is that with that, we have had sort of wave of projects. JNNURM brought in some sort of street design. Then Smart Cities Mission brought in some other sort of wave of street design. So now we have intergenerational projects to look at, and I would actually invite young researchers to look at this as a generational thing over 20 years. What have we done and how the street design has evolved, and how certain things have changed and certain things have remained the same over a period of time. This is something which would require research. We need to document it, we need to talk about it, because now we have a wide variety of things that are happening in this country. The trouble is also aspirational infrastructure. While we assume that car is an aspirational thing, but for the government, for them airports, highways, flyovers, even metro rail project is part of their aspirations. Okay, and how do we move from aspirational to more realistic, both as a society as well as the political culture, is something that we really need to think about it. And this has a sort of compounding equity implication, but just to make my point, and combining the idea of the built environment and this automobile friendly design is a serious problem in our context, where we are trying to retrofit our city into something like this. So there is a CBD, this is Houston, then there are freeways which connect you to low density suburb, and we try to recreate this model somewhere in our cities as well. Or when our relatives go to Dubai and they know that you are an architect or an urban planner, they say, Dubai dekha kitna acha hai. Right? So some of these things become models for us to copy. And that automobile friendly design comes as a sort of given in that. And it is a foundation in modernist thinking. Corbusier loved cars. He designed city for cars. Thankfully, he did not design Chandigarh in the same way, but the idea that the car is going to rule and the pedestrian is going to be marginalized or put in an elevator was there in 1920s, the very modernist idea. Okay, and this happens in Europe. In Europe, then in 70s and 80s onwards, they realized that cars, either we have car or people. In a way, I'm just caricaturing it, and they started retrofitting those cities very, very differently. Yeah, and what we do is exactly the same kind of cross section. We design cities like Gurgaon, which also becomes icons for us to copy in the other cities, and we sort of try and recreate this kind of model of very sort of car-centric design in our context, and that's where the people get lost. It's difficult to cross road like this. I've seen old people and old women in Ahmedabad asking an auto rickshaw wala that, can you put me on the other side of the road, I'll give you 20 rupees. What does that tell us about the kind of built environment that we have created? In a lot of cities where there are good design, they have separate out these two kind of streets. One is your urban highways or your intercity highways. But moment you enter into the city, the design of the street is very, very different. The design of the city is very, very different. You don't carry on with the urban freeway kind of design inside once you come into the city. So we need to separate this out. The other idea that we really need to change when it comes to built environment is the idea of self-sustaining neighborhood. It's all very good when you have one neighborhood and it's inward looking. When you put two neighborhoods together, which happens in Chandigarh, when both are inward looking, what you will have is a street which will not have any link with the built form. You have an inward looking street, you have sort of high compound wall, etc. That sort of a thing. So city in a way which happens on the main street becomes a sort of a negative space between the neighborhood. And I think that is something that we need to change in our thinking. I often use this slide in my presentation as well. Automobile friendly design, what it looks like, that even if you retrofit transit there, imagine if that is your house and your metro station or a bus stop, and the distance is just 150 meters, and imagine if this is a gated community in Gurgaon somewhere. If you actually want to go to the bus stop, you will have to go like this. And imagine if you are a working woman coming at 7 o'clock in the night through that road, which has a very high compound wall, you are never going to walk. You will simply take a car, if you can afford it, that is. Right? So we are designing our built environment to fit into certain kind of travel behavior, and that's something that we need to change. And this is a real picture from Bangalore. That's the last station on the Mysore road, where you can look at the quality of road network that we have there. So what Gurgaon does in terms of gated communities, which is very perfect to live in Bangalore, that happens in form of planning layouts, and then the city remains a sort of, a negative space between few planned layouts. So that configuration is something that we need to change, and we need to take this particular thing seriously, that what does this urban design, which balances the automobile and the people, actually looks like. Okay, that you will not have very high compound walls, you will have smaller block sizes, you will have, sort of more junctions, so to say, etc. And that whole part of a more people-friendly transport planning would mean something in terms of physical planning and urban design is something that we need to sort of take very, very seriously. Now, moving on to the third point, and I think I'll stop in 2 more minutes, is that we need to look at walking and the walking practices in that context of the other two very, very differently. We need to look at, one, walking is, of course, there are a number of walking practices. So walking is a necessity. Yes, it is, but at the same time, it is also a negotiation for all of us. We navigate through our city, but it is also resistance and subversion. I'll sort of explain that to you. This part, all of you know that walking is a necessity, and for whom it is a necessity, etc. Again, we would like a lot of our students to work on this also. So I've also given the research question in the end. But this is what I mean, that by this picture, it sort of combines all of these 3 parts. That one, walking is a necessity for her, but she also knows that the only place in which she can walk without interruption is on the road. So she's negotiating that part, but also she is also resisting the fact that, how do you live in an environment which is unwalkable? That sometimes by risking our life, expressing it through our body. And that's something that we need to understand. Walking is as a negotiation, all of us know this. Everybody walks every day. We navigate through number of things. And I think there we need some sort of a fair use policy of public space. It can be contested, okay, whether it's vendors, whether it is parking, even if it is roadside temples or shrines. What is a fair use of a public space? Where do we draw the limit? And how do we manage the day-to-day sort of our streets? Pricing parking is one very good idea, which we need to take it very, very seriously, and I can talk about it more in the question and answer. But also the idea is that walking is sometimes, it makes you so powerless. You would have seen a lot of people showing their hands, stopping the cars and showing them that, okay, I'm going to walk now, no matter what. I've seen, a lot of even elderly people do that. So in many ways, walking is a subversive practice in an automobile-friendly kind of an environment. And there is a very nice sort of lyrics of Johnny Mitchell song which I often talk about. It's called, you don't know what it is till it's gone. You pave paradise and put up a parking lot. So we have paved paradise in and around us, in our residential area, on our public street, in our public spaces. And we have valorized the idea that देखो सरकार ने parking दी है. And every of those sort of parking area is where we have paved our paradise and handed it over to automobiles. And we as a society have to be conscious of the fact that are we really reclaiming some of those things back or not. For some people, so it's real, the homelessness is real, slumming, squatting is real in our streets, right? And I think that's also one area which is an area of governance that we really need to talk about. So argument so far, 3 points I've made about the walking. One is the built environment, second is the challenging the automobile first approach, and third is understanding walking as a mobility practice. What is important is that in next few years' time, as part of the SET University and as part of the larger consortium, we are going to be running a project called Walking Cities Lab, and we will be leading the India Living Lab. I with my other two colleagues, Daniel and Maulik here, will be all working on that. The idea of looking at walking practices, humanizing the pedestrian, and then finally converting that into different research team. One is how do we theorize unwalkability? How do people survive unwalkable environment in India? Second is documenting the pedestrian voices. And third is governing walkability. All the street design projects we have done, tenders show our work in Bangalore. Everywhere there are different ways by which we have tried to reclaim footpaths. And it's important that we document that as a sort of ongoing thing. And we hope to be doing a lot more research in these areas. A lot of it will be done through our PhD researchers as well as our PG students. Yeah, I mean, we are sort of committed to creating that research environment here. So thank you. I will stop here. I have taken a couple of minutes more, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It was nice. Walkability and walking practices. You have tried to introduce the social angle, right? And through what you said, aspiration and realistic, which I put as choices or compulsion, right? You just showed that, maybe with me, sorry. Was it compulsion or a choice? Somebody going for morning walk, it's a choice, right? You can always decide on being stressed, when, how. But if it is compulsion, yes, you are restricted to your choices. Another thing which was very good is non-linearity. That is, that the situation getting complexity of multiplicity of users, multiplicity of modes, and I'll just put one thing. It's a time, somebody's in rush, somebody's in calm, right? So you have a non-linearity, which that particular stretch or space has to handle. You have, I'll ask you at the end, but it is open exam. It's engineering driven, automobile friendly. How will you make it people centric? But this question you have to answer later. But taking clue from it, how this can be handled through design practices, through design ways. Now, this is where I'll request this year to take this.
quietly sets that up, and thanks for waking everyone up, Rutul. I won't take much time. I know we're at the very end of the day. We as designers have learned a lot today, right? In our morning session, our colleagues spoke a lot about the importance of policies, just giving the right to walk. But is that enough for practice? Then we learned about how our mindsets are perhaps not ready to implement those policies, right? We think only of cars, we think only of cities, and Ashwati mentioned how we need political will and we need budgets as well. We also need user behavior change. Through our many conversations, many people spoke about Copenhagen. It's not like everybody in Copenhagen woke up one day and decided to cycle and make it the cycling capital of the world. They ran campaigns for 40 years. They ran campaigns, it's not gender sensitive, but at that time, they ran campaigns that said real men cycle, real men don't use cars. They repeated it till those children who grow up on those campaigns, and they recently did a survey, the average Dane feels ashamed to own a car. So it's a combination of many things. Right? And very often when you're in the practice, you will get asked, just a couple of hours ago I was on a press conference with someone from Kanpur who's very upset that we're building footpaths there, and he said there's no use, it will get encroached. So we also have an attitude where we are now at 0, where there's no footpath and everyone negotiates the same space. The 100 is some utopian thing which maybe we won't achieve in our lifetime. If we are achieving 60, which is a walkable footpath, perhaps it's not solving for vending today, perhaps it's not solving for wheelchair access today, but it's solving for walkability, it's solving for women's safety, for children walking to school at and date. But the common thing is then make it back 0. If you can't give me 100, don't attempt the 20, don't attempt the 40, don't attempt the 80. But in practice, it's every step forward is still better. So that's what we need to fight against, because in his anger, he was shouting like, smart cities came, uska kya farak hai? Cycle track is there, who cycles? It's a hot country, So he is the average human that we have to, whose mindset we need to change. Anyway, the presentation is up. So when we talk about walkability, we can't divorce it from the rest of mobility. To push for walkability is not to be anti-vehicles and say every road becomes pedestrian. We still have to move. And the way our cities are planned, unfortunately, jobs and homes are always far apart, because jobs are centered in a certain area where homes are unaffordable. So as soon as we can buy a home, we buy it really far away, we keep increasing our distances. Bangalore is a classic case, right? So everybody spends a lot of time in travel. So as our public transport improves, etc., we need a mix, we need a combination. I should be able to walk, take the metro, take a bus, and also do some trips in private vehicles. So we need to create roads that work for all, while of course being pedestrian priority. So many of these cities, these are of course examples we speak about, are successful because they took their policies and figured out a way to make them into guidelines that work and figured out a way to implement it across. So if they write a policy saying, like how the Supreme Court said there is a right to walk, but that doesn't trickle down into action. A right to work doesn't mean X number of projects are announced, so many crores of budget is allocated, and these are the standards that will be followed. This is the monitoring process, and this is the operation and maintenance guidelines. So we only have step 1. But the best practice to learn from other cities in practice is how that step 1 becomes step 10. So common problems in India, apart from not having walkability, is the fact that our roads are never done together. So today the sewer line is laid by one agency. Tomorrow the same road is dug up, money is spent again by the power agency. Third day someone says, oh, walking is good, I'll build a footpath. Then new gas line will be announced and that footpath will be broken. So we have the data, I don't have it on this slide, but cities spend repeatedly on the same road without enhancing the user experience. And we, the citizens of course, are the losers. Some pictures of these often repeated issues, Bangalore, Lucknow, and other places, and you can also see that since there's no dedicated space, everyone shares the same space. So one model that we came up with in 2010 was called Tender Sure. Sure stands for Specifications for Urban Road Execution, which is basically standards both for design and for implementation, which looks at contracting, the operation and maintenance contract, so that all utilities are integrated and one contractor builds it, there's no handshaking, and there's an operation and maintenance clause so that you build well and there's no repetitive digging.
So these are some of the roads done in 2015 to 17 in Bangalore. This was how the road was. One vast expanse of asphalt, no footpath. That stormwater drain in Bangalore, at least, that stormwater drain is their favorite thing to call a footpath. These rickety slabs, every monsoon a poor child will fall inside and lose their lives. No bus bays, no parking, etc. This was the road in 2017. Uniform travel lanes, designated footpath that is raised. And it's not broken at entry exits. You can't see my mouse, but where there are entry exits, usually what happens is the footpath is broken so the vehicles can enter. And nobody likes to walk up and down a footpath. And then it makes it worse if you're carrying a bag or if you're pregnant or a child, and everybody walks on the road. So here the vehicles climb up a ramp. And the bollards that you see are of course unnecessary because of our user behavior. It shouldn't be there. It's now become a symbol of all the tender roads in Bangalore. It's to prevent two-wheelers from riding on the footpath. We really hoped it would be a temporary intervention, but it's not. So the vehicles climb up between the bollards and enter the property. And all the utilities are under the footpath with chambers. So these roads now, they've all completed their 10th anniversary, have not been dug up since then. So you also have life cycle savings in cost. This is another road. These are all the arterial roads. You can see the bus bays, organized parking, and also shifting parking away from being free. It's really, really important. Most other big cities make millions of dollars monthly by charging congestion fees and parking. We give that free. So at, all the tender show roads, at least we managed to insist that parking should be charged. So this was again common. Building bylaws are not enforced. So people break the compound wall and they're able to park. There is no footpath. What should have been the footpath becomes their access to drive in and drive out, and they're able to park more cars. After Tendishore, the footpath is continuous, there's a ramp. They had to change their parking strategy because the bylaws actually says all parking should be within your building. The footpath is not access for you to reverse your car, and same way we managed to standardize the entry exits. What someone with 4 cars then does, very common in Delhi, is they will build the gate to be some 200 feet while 4 cars can go, and then your ramp can't be 200 feet. So regardless of how many cars you have, we standardize the gate size in the Tendishore roads. This was of course a huge bone of contention, and a lot of political will and administrative leadership is what made this happen. There are many smaller cities where we couldn't standardize it because the car owners had a lobby. But this is a rough cross section of how all the utilities are under the footpath and have chambers, and you don't need to take the road. Another thing that really helped Tendishore promote walkability was the fact that it solved for urban flooding. We moved away from these RCC box drains at the property edge, which don't work, which are usually filled with silt and garbage, and again government spent crores desilting them every year. We all would have seen the mounds, and all your house connections go through that, causing a lot of contamination, and the slabs don't allow for even pedestrian movement. Move to a more scientific pipe and chamber system at the travel lane edge, so to speedily evacuate water. See, when it floods, we still talk about traffic jams, but if the footpath is clear during rains, then pedestrians can still commute. So urban flooding is a huge issue for pedestrians, and the fact it's also dangerous because sometimes electrical cables and other things fall into stagnant water, and people often lose their lives. So this is also solved for good pedestrian paths that are well lit, can also solve for flooding and safety. So we started with a small pilot in Bangalore of 10 kilometers, which is then grown to 174 kilometers. But that is still a drop in the ocean. Bangalore has 14,000 kilometers of roads. We have built 174 kilometers of walkable roads. When we talk about scale, it's nothing. And all these 174 kilometers are in the city center, whereas Bangalore is growing in the peri-urban areas. I think India suffers from being a graveyard of pilots. We need to move away, because I don't know why there's this whole mindset with all governments saying we'll demonstrate, we'll do one more pilot project. We have enough pilots. Enough design consultancies across our country have done pilots. We now need to fix urban roads on mission mode if we can actually fix for walkability. So I'll just quickly, sorry, I forgot to mention this. We did a quick monitoring evaluation study 4 years back on the completed Tendishore roads in Bangalore, comparing them to non-Tendishore roads. And similar to what Ashwati had shown us in the morning, 228% more pedestrians on these roads, 117% of them women. We took that data set a little further and interviewed women through focus group discussions across 4 cities which have free buses. Delhi, Guwahati, Calcutta and Bangalore, I think. And most of those women said even though free buses are there, we're not able to participate in the workforce because we don't have footpaths and toilets to walk to those buses. So there is a definite connection between walkability and women's workforce participation, and of course women's participation in general life. So I was talking about scale. So we took a step back in practice and said, okay, we've done these 174 kilometers, it's a drop in the ocean, but how do we fix roads in mission mode? So Tender Shores then went to Uttar Pradesh under the name of CM Grids, Chief Minister's Green Road Infrastructure Development Scheme. It's still not a mission, it's a scheme, which then is fixing roads across 17 municipal corporations. So we have a project management unit there. We've provided the guidelines both for design as for implementation, standard DPRs, GFCs, basically from road selection guidelines, the womb to tomb of how to build a road, and done a series of capacity building sessions continuously with the 17 municipal corporations. So today around 200 kilometers of roads are under construction. So I'll just show you some pictures, but the early outcomes are that already, as none of the roads are complete. Some roads are 90%, some roads are 80%, but most of the roads are like 40-50% complete. But already we are seeing 1.5% more property value increase. In Bangalore also, IIMB did a study. So doing good roads, improving walkability also has economic benefits. Your property tax, your rental values increase, urban development happens. It has equity benefits, women, children, everybody, economically weaker section have access. It has environmental benefits, it's cooler as Ashwati mentioned, but it also is the most sustainable way of traveling. Moving on, these are some of the images of drawings that the consultants hired by the municipal corporations did before and after capacity building. And over the last 3 years that we've been working with them, I think my ideal aim is to then leave UP in the next 3 years, where the state then has the capacity to do these roads over by itself, which is why I'm saying moving away from pilots is so important. These are some of my last slides. This is how this transformation in Prayagraj and Ayodhya, you can see a before and after of the roads. None of the roads we've done, of all 280 kilometers, had even 1 meter of footpath. Now there is 280 meters into 2 sides of footpath in this state. None of these roads had good street lighting, and all of them had this dust shoulder. So when you go for site visits, you'll come back white. So one other additional thing of doing a good footpath is the dust is reduced tremendously. These are pictures from Gorakhpur. So you can see this asphalt lanes with mud shoulders. Now they have organized parking, proper footpath, accessibility so that wheelchair users, etc. This is Mathura and Ghaziabad. And nice thing that also has happened is while we're building these roads, the engineers whose capacities have improved by doing these integrated roads have taken pride and have started doing other non-scheme roads also like this. Then they've added elements like these arches and painted compound walls because there's a certain sense of civic pride in owning the roads as well. These are very small cities, Shahjahanpur and Varanasi, and that is why we had to fight the most because the roads are so narrow and they needed to be vehicle priority. And we had the mayor in Varanasi come and break the footpath saying, I don't want to give any footpath. So these are things you work with every day. The mayor I can understand, perhaps he has not walked in a long time, but the ironic part is traffic police who don't own vehicles will also fight tooth and nail for that vehicle. So, but it's been an interesting journey to say the least, and we're really close. In the next month or so, many of these roads will go into inauguration, and then I hope to see a sea change in perception, including the gentleman I spoke to from Kanpur today, because once people also start demanding for footpaths, then policymakers, practitioners, government officials, their life also becomes easy. Right now, we're forcing something where people are not demanding. So, in Assam, I've done a small participation exercise in Nagaon, a village of, a small town of 1 lakh, 2 lakh population. And we said, what are your aspirational projects do you need for Nagaon to improve? And the first one was flyover by people who don't own vehicles. So, we need to, these are some local roads, completed roads in Odisha, where we've completed around 65 kilometers just to improve walkability. So, roads less than 10 meters. Images. These are again local roads in Hubli, Dharwad. I just put this slide to show context specificity also when we design and when you practice. I have spoken about vehicle entry exits and standardizing it, but in areas in Hubli the road has increased. And so then you also have to create steps and create another stormwater drainage below. And this now it's complete and it's become a great public space for that entire basti that is there on that side. So I think I'll stop with that. I hope I will do. Sorry, I just wanted to mention one thing. There are enough guidelines in our country, but we were discussing it during the paper presentation. The issue is nothing is modified. If none of the guidelines from IRC or the guidelines many of us have written here are mandatory, it's discretionary. So regardless of how good your guideline or policy is, unless we do the 10 steps and make it mandatory, they will choose highway standards for a local road and what. Even if you make the guidelines mandatory, like how we have building approvals, like a fire NOC and other things, unless you have an approving authority for roads, there is still no carrot and stick to follow the guidelines. So just the policy or the guidelines, which we learned the hard way, because we thought, okay, we wrote Tendashore and we did 174 kilometers, now Bangalore will adopt it. It doesn't work like that. So we also have to solve for the procurement piece.
Thank you so much. This calls again for another statement by David Howe. He said, city is a physical entity with social consequences. Right? So, how it was put by Ms. Vidya was moving from step 1 to step 10. Right? So, what is happening is, we ponder a lot. Right? We try to pretend we are thinking a lot. We are researching a lot. But for whom? And when will you start translating into actions? And this is what she said. We should move from pilot state to, it's a mission mode. Right? But how do we take it to mission mode? How do you inculcate this as a practice? It's not one. It's not numbers which we count on fingers. It's a diversity. Right? So how will we make, I have a question for her. I'll be speaking something in between and give a question for her so that she prepares it when she responds at end. Right. What you have rightly mentioned, and I think across all three panelists who have spoken, it's a disconnect between what has been conceptualized and what is seen on the real world. That is the management issue, right? So, what is that management issue? Can we keep on crying for the population? It's not possible, right? But there has to be some way to see, yes, it sees the sunlight. And this is what their attempt have been with so many cases and 100+ kilometers of straight, which you have tried to work out to make it the way which it should be, a socially acceptable, people-centric. But I always have this. Is it functional or is it for leisure? That is, I said, is it a choice or is it a compulsion? Now in case, is it functional or leisure? If somebody asks me to move 2 kilometers picking bags, is it possible? I still have that critics said, "What karam hai?" Right? But if you move to Pune and some other places during heavy traffic hours, you will see all two-wheelers coming on that footpath, or somebody said that. How can you inculcate this discipline in them? Right? Is only they'll say, "Cars ke to dekho." That is it, right? So that is what we need to understand, that there is something which will really take us from what she started, a utopian idea, to a realistic one, right? One thing which everybody understands is increase in monetary terms. That is what she said. That is land capture valuation. That is, the property values have increased. But somebody will not understand till that person understands. It's my stretch on which it is happening. That was right? And this is a real challenge. Capacity building of municipal corporation officers. But what about that stakeholder who is going to make use of that tool? So it's a very collective one. That's what I said. It's non-linear. It's a complex one. Who is going to do first, and who will get benefited the most? So the question which is it structural or social, a design? How do you put these together such that you make a walkable option, maybe roads, maybe some other, you call it footpath, you call it pavements, you call it whatever it is. How do you inculcate this? How do you make people take it on their own? Now, this is what she has experimented and demonstrated. Let's see how case like Ujjain is making use of lot of efforts and work they have put it to make the system work very secure, very happy to work for those who can walk. So I request Professor Shweta to please.
One of the benefits of speaking last is most of what you wanted to say has already been said, and perhaps much better. So it gives you a lot of time to think and perhaps say whatever else comes to your mind and not really go by the structured presentation. Having said that, I must thank both the panelists. They've been wonderful, and there was so much I learned from both of them. The case that I'm going to talk about, in fact, Professor Dasgupta, Premjit, who was there at SP Bhopal before, when we first started the studio, he was part of the studio and he was part of the team. And then when we conceived it, and then he left when the semester started. And he was perhaps as keen as everybody else to see how it came out. I will just take 2 minutes to explain what we intend to do in this presentation. Objective 1 is, how do we link academia with decision makers? That's a very important thing, because a lot of research which we do on ground or we do academically remains in our libraries and are referred to in committees like this. We don't have a municipal commissioner sitting here. We don't have a development authority CEO sitting here. So it's important that what we do goes out to them, not as a consultancy project, but as a research endeavor of schools which are working independently on several aspects. So that was the intention that we started with. I just want to also say, because it's co-branded there, we have an Amrut Center at SPA Bhopal, which is the Center of Urban Planning for Capacity Building. And we were very fortunate that in the initial 2 years, a lot of academic projects were supported through this center. And we could, take up what we wanted. And this particular one started with initiating the B-Plan students of 4th year who have a transport studio to not think about automobile studios, automobile-based one, but to look at NMT. It started there. And then when we started our research, we saw already ITDP has a fantastic manual on complete streets. From there, we understood that there is no real need for us to reinvent the wheel. But what we saw was a gap was pilgrim cities have very different, one, behavior of users, and second, constraints in terms of the physical layout of the city. So we thought we would take this forward, the ITDP manual, and add certain aspects which would be applicable to historic pilgrim cities, doing one empirical case study in the city of Ujjain. So this was what the perspective is, and I'll just quickly take you through with some things. There's a lot there, but perhaps we'll see whatever suits the thing. So as we've all been talking, the point of historic cities is that they have constraints of space, overload of activities, and low or no scope of physical expansion. So Rutul was saying, the dimensions of 24-meter right-of-way is a luxury. You don't get this. And what are the numbers we are talking about? On any average day, Ujjain 2011 population, which is around 5.5 lakh population, on an average day has 2.2 lakh population floating into the city as pilgrims. And days like Shivratri, Nag Panchami, etc., that number goes up to more than 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs. And when it turns into Simhats, it is, it's in crores when it goes into Simhats, and the whole city changes. So, the motivation of the study was to do two things. One is, how do we intervene in places where you don't have space to expand? The second is, how do you link pedestrian behavior in these cities, which is very different from a normal urban context? Because they come in groups, the demography is different, a lot of old people, wanting to do punya after having done anything all their life, they come in large hordes. A lot of people who are seeking blessings, differently abled, they come in. So your demography of people using these streets is entirely different from what you see in other cities. So this was what we wanted to capture, and how do you club these two if you were at all to talk about design standards? This, I think, we don't need to go through what makes historic pilgrim cities different. There are certain points, but what's written on the right becomes important in red. Are city authorities equipped to deal with the problems arising out of these large influx of pilgrims? And do our road design standards address the needs of these historic pilgrim cities at all? If we were to pick up any standards and use them, would they work effectively? So what we've been trying to do is we're questioning the entire system of classification of roads by ROW, looking at specifications as well as user behavior. I'll skip this totally. The right one is a typical street in Ujjain leading towards the temple. This is our team. I just wanted to say that what started as an academic exercise, we have been able to bring out a complete streets manual for historic cities with the case of Ujjain, and our next batch, one of our students presented in the previous session, took it to Mathura, and then we tested it in Mathura again the second year. We hope to do 3 to 4 years of testing in different areas and then fine-tune the manual that we have made. This we can skip. So, just to show you some glimpses of what Ujjain is like, if you look at constraints in the historic cities, there's hardly any space. There are trees which are sacred. There are temples which come onto the street, and there is no scope of expansion at all. In certain streets where there isn't such, you see, cases of the right one, where streets are demolished right through, buildings are just cut through to give you. So a person who owned a house now has half a house, and half the rooms are glaring onto the widened street. I don't know if that is the most effective way of solving problems of traffic, but that is happening in certain streets of Ujjain. This is, a classical case where you see all the vendors, the informal parking, the pedestrian movement and the vehicular movement all happening, all contesting for space, which I think is the prime problem. There's a small video here, which you can see, if you watch on the left, somebody is opening a car door to come out right in the middle of the street, that white parked car, and the pedestrians just can't negotiate. There's a lady, I don't know if it's coming up, there's a lady waiting patiently because in the hierarchy, the car owner is more important, waiting for that car door to close while she then navigates down. So these are happening all the time. Second point is that we were talking about parking lots. If you see Ujjain particularly and many other places, the parking lots are at least, we were talking about walking 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. On any average day in the evening, the main city roads get close to traffic and the nearest parking lots are at least 4 to 5 kilometers of walk or through IPT. Which, are discussions with the authorities there. The police said IPT is the biggest problem in Ujjain. But they're there because they're ferrying that 6 kilometer distance, which nobody else is thinking about. This is just, some of the things. One way, I think the first discussion when we talked about how do we go down and how do we design, the first thing is to understand how uncomfortable is the street. So we did a large exercise on measuring the pedestrian level of surface here, and these are AI generated today. Most parts of the street are LOSD for pedestrians, which is the last photograph. So typically it is less than 0.5 square meter of space per person and a near static flow rate, which happens when the street has D level of pedestrian service. Why we did this was, if you look at the network on the left, the width of streets keep changing. There are wide roads, there are narrow roads, suddenly creating bottle roads. And these are places where you have potential causes of stampedes. And so that becomes an essential to understand what is the pedestrian level of service there. I won't show you the rest of the work. The only thing we saw is mobility characteristics, as you said. Investment is for cars. If we see, everybody walks on foot or by IPT. There's hardly, a very little percentage actually coming by vehicles up to the temples. The next one also, trip chaining. Nobody actually takes one mode. You take 2 to 3 modes within the city of Ujjain, and I'm not talking about outside. Once you reach, you either get off your big tempo traveler or bus, then you take a smaller car, or you take 2 autos, and then you walk. So there are 3 modes to actually reach the temple, which often goes unrecognized. So what we did after this, which is what our manual was based on, what we saw is ITDP essentially classifies streets by right-of-way. Here we saw a very narrow right-of-way road may have an intense function, which makes it a very important road. It may be an arterial road, so to speak, because of its function. And the second is proximity to Mahakal or whichever temple or religious precinct is there. So it's important to understand that the intensity goes beyond, it decreases as you go beyond the temple precincts. And the characteristic of the road section changes. So if we were to classify streets in historic cities, we would have to look at ROW, function and proximity. 3 layers and not any one. Then there are temporal modifications on festival days because there are procession routes which happen regardless of ROW. These have been, enshrined through the ages and they follow those particular routes. And then when Simhas comes, the number in 2016 was 7.5 crore visitors in 1 month. This time they are estimating around 20 crore after the Prayagraj numbers. That's what the estimates are. And so, the point is, you have then the whole classification changes. Whole of Ujjain is one zone, everything outside. And people on an average walk 10 to 12 kilometers then. So then we need to understand what sort of road surface are we providing, what sort of amenities on the way are we providing, toilets, washing facilities, etc., locker rooms. So all that has never, and another thing we saw in Ujjain is, Ujjain plans from Simhast to Simhast. All the notifications, all the signage is of the last Simhast. Nothing happens in between. Again, they start working. So based on all of this, we've done a manual, and I don't say that it's final, but it's work in progress. Whatever ITDP said, we've inserted another column, which are what are the additions that you need to know. Say for instance, for surveys, ITDP has a list of surveys to be done. We've added, okay, you need to look at surveys of groups of people. You need to do vendor surveys. Several other ones. What are the locations? What are the types? In terms of elements also, we've been trying to incorporate. So every page there is a generic one which we have added, and the coding of the manual is such, the pages in red are our observations from our empirical study. So you have the generic one on the left, and why did we arrive at these things are demonstrated through the case of Ujjain. I went very fast. What we finally did was we classified entire streets based on the amenities and the culture and complex on the type of street. And if ITDP said it's mandatory, we had a list. It could be mandatory, it could be optional, or it could be festival mandatory. So different elements would have to be designed for different contexts. And with that, what I would like to come to the end of this presentation is, we have a lot of our temples, etc., in small and medium towns. They're not in metropolitan cities. The entire economy depends on the tourist inflow, the pilgrim inflow, etc. So they also have the smaller ULBs. They're not municipal corporations often. They could be municipalities, nagar panchayats, etc., whose technical and financial capacities are very limited. And for them, the challenge of managing these large numbers is very overwhelming. They get some money from different schemes, but that's not enough. And augmenting capacity and funds is a bigger wicked problem, which is a long-term one, which can't be solved so easily. So as an interim measure, what we felt was, if we make manuals, design, classify roads, tell them that, okay, this is how, I didn't show, we had also done, the funding, the costing of the certain sections, what can be temporary, what can be permanent features, etc. We defined the clear process and the outcome, what sort of street would happen. Perhaps it would help them implement streets better instead of using the PWD standards for highways, etc. within Ujjain. But what Nitya said, I doubt it. But then we are trying that at least make separate guidelines for specific cities, test it multiple times in multiple empirical places, and then keep revising the one so that the manual or the guideline becomes a starting point for informed decision making. And not, that widen this road or demolish this road based on the vote bank politics, etc. So the identity of the pilgrim, the behavior of the pilgrim, and the way they move around, as well as the constraints of your own city. If you can overlap the two, and using the manual, we've tried to generate something. All of you are doing a lot of wonderful work. I'm sure others may also work on it. And we should be able to come up with a structured method that can help ULBs take more informed decisions. Thank you.
Very fast. That's good for all who are just waiting. Thank you, Professor. What we could get out of your presentation is we have to capture dynamism, right? And we have to make system such that how we can introduce versatility in it. Though it's very static, right? It's very empirical what I am saying, but still it's need of the time. And the example which you have very nicely taken as Ujjain, right, which is a religious tourist place, and what Ms. Nitya has also just mentioned about Varanasi, right? They create temporary urbanism, and temporary urbanism to an extent that the base city people, or what demography Professor has tried to mention, it comes to a standstill, right? It becomes something like punishment for base population to be there. Then we put on layers of economics, layers of development, and so. But what happens actually to the base population is really very, very bad. Let's just give one example. There is one time which is called as Diwali in Varanasi, and people they are so content. कोई बात नहीं, हमारी गाड़ी के ऊपर से कोई चढ़ के कोई बात नहीं. Now this is culture, right? That's what I was just requesting her. Will anybody in Bhopal let touch your vehicle? Absolutely, right? So that is again very important for us to understand the contextuality of a place. These types of layers which are otherwise making it very specific. Now it's a religious tourism center. If what happens if it is recreational tourist center, you'll find nowadays it is Pahad Chalo. Everybody is rushing to mountains, right? And then let monsoon come. Then we have very sorry figure of mudslides, landslides, and so many things, right? So it is not a very compartmentalized activity. It has to be put in juxtaposition of other layers as well. We cannot make it stand alone. We cannot call it silos. So there are so many features, like what she has said, geometry. Because of geometry, there is possibility of stamping. Similarly, because of geometry, there is the parking lot which is put at a lot of distance which somebody has to face by whatever ways. Right? So these are few real-time challenges. How do we prepare ourselves? How do we see that this happens? She has also raised limitation of local government funds to sabke paas, right? On pretext of funds, what type of sacrifices can we do? What type of acceptability we can have funds being enchanted, right? That is what leads to a point which I would ask you to respond later on. What if floating population to a scale of lakhs every Saturday, Sunday is visiting Varanasi after Vishwanath Corridor, visiting Ujjain proportionately after Mahakal Corridor. So how do you think this would be taken care of when we are trying to experiment with pedestrian spaces, right? So then there is all flowing spaces, जहाँ जगह भी है वहाँ पर जैसा हो वैसा करो. Right? So it is very contingent to the situation. Ad hoc solutions which no manual will teach you. You have to take a call. Right? Now this is it. This one small example. I went to Vrindavan, and fortunately that day was Akhartij. Right? So I was so happy. I told my husband, right? We started at 5. We were at a point somewhere at 7 when we thought we should come back. When we thought we should come back, there was longer line at the back rather than the front. That was the day, what I call as, it was a carpet of heads. Right? And what about all those properties which were on the side of so-called Kunja? What do we see there? It's an entirely different challenge, and the perspective that is needed to see and think about will be entirely different. We do have universal solutions, but with lots of contextuality. I stop, ask my panelists to please respond to a few of the questions which. And I repeat your question. Please. The question which it was expected you to speak because of the design perspective, right? How do you put structural and social needs together? And how do you think the preparedness should be there in the system as well as that is the structural system, governance system, and the social system? Please.
I think they all have to work together. So in an ideal scenario, if I, in a utopian scenario to say let's fix walkability in a metro city, then how it would have to work is on the policy front. We would need strong policies that promote walkability, but you would also need strong policies that dissuade private vehicle ownership. You need congestion tax, so the same Denmark, while we had campaigns that said real men cycle and don't walk, they also have a 180% sales tax on cars. So you also make it very, very difficult to own. You also can't buy a vehicle if you don't have parking. So, but since our car lobby is so strong and so many jobs depend on automobile manufacturing, it's easier said than done. So, but we do need policies that both promote walking and dissuade vehicle ownership, support that with really strong public transport, and we need budget allocations and schemes and missions to build these mandatory standards and guidelines that one has to follow to build it in a particular way, one has to maintain it in a particular way, repetitive maintenance, because even the best built pilot after 5 years is going to be like any other road. Certified skill-based training, we need to move away from one-off capacity building, and we need to reform our cadre recruitment rules, because right now engineers are expected to do everything, and the same engineer will get transferred from solid waste management to roads and bridges and then to property tax. We need a multidisciplinary team looking at urban mobility. The roads is not an engineering problem, so we need urban designers, landscape architects, hydrologists, and everyone is must. So our cadre rules, right now the governments can't hire any of this except as consultants. We need procurement reforms, better RFPs, better DPRs, and so on and so forth.
It's a big demand list. Thank you so much, Ms. Nitya. Should I repeat the question for you, Professor? It was, there is one, I think I should put it as a tax statement, which you used. It was engineering driven. You did not use these words, right? Engineering driven and automobile friendly system, right? If we take it on one side, how do we contest this against making people-centric systems here?
So, I think how do we make it? We have already started the process. I mean, I was like, for example, pleasantly surprised that so much of work is happening in the village. So there are so many things which are happening already in the country. But our issues are somewhere little more structural. The way in which our municipal corporation work, and I think what we are also saying, the engineer's role, etc. So I think we also have to reimagine our institutions, reimagine the contracts, the way in which we write contracts. I think the tender show experience tells us that it was reimagining the road tender and combining it with design has sort of led to that. I'll give you another example. In Ahmedabad, they are making the new bullet train station. So there's a bullet train, metro rail, BRTS, AMTS, the Western Railway station as well, all together. Now, between these 5-6 stations, and everybody has their own jurisdiction, and some of our ex-students work there, and I keep pushing them that at least have a connecting bridge between many of these stations if you can't do anything else. You know what is the biggest problem? The biggest problem is whose contract is going on. Right? Which institute, which of these agency is going to pay for it, and what if they are not allowed to pay for if that walkway fly over someone else's land, and between two railway departments. So between the Metro Rail Corporation and the Western Railway and the FSR station, now finally they found an innovative solution of how do you make that happen. But I think we are far away from like all those agencies coming together and planning a multimodal work together. Right? So while a lot of things are happening in terms of implementation, there is a very, very slow sort of process of converting this into the governance structure. And municipal corporation, if we sort of put in place, municipal corporation, the only way by which they deal with transport is through roads and building departments. And I think that imagination of that department itself needs to change. It can be a mobility department where bridge building department could be one, and then taking care of auto rickshaws, ISM, micro mobility instrument, walking, cycling, everything put together should become a local government's responsibility, and then have trained people there. Because oftentimes we, and rightfully argue, because we want to solve one problem. So we say चलो एक NMD cell बनाते हैं, एक urban design cell बनाते हैं, active mobility cell बनाते हैं. But I think we need to tackle this in terms of institutional design, that how do we reimagine a department in a local government which will do some of these things automatically. Because imagine tomorrow if they go away from Uttar Pradesh and then that entire team goes elsewhere, we would lose that institutional memory. Yeah? So I think while a lot of things are happening on the ground, we would like them to happen a lot more often, but I think we will have to tackle some of the structural issues.
I remember. Yes, please. Thank you, Professor Rutul. Very well said. Coordination is a one. And from Ms. Nitya, she has given example. The road is built, and the next morning it appears they are just Tom and Jerry types standing. Let them complete. We'll do. And this story goes throughout the peninsula. It's a complete country, right? Aaj road bani, tomorrow it's water supply system or cable, right? So there has to be a nodal venture. There has to be horizontal coordination. There should be horizontal, very true. Because what we see here just mentioned about railway property, the most worst land at the priciest of location is owned by railway boards. And you will find all dumps of solid waste and all other social nuisance happening there. Now that has to be looked at in one jurisdiction, very true, and so many other things. Let's have this platform as giving so many leads to the governance system. If it was so, that would be a happy solution. Thank you so much. Please.
You asked me, Makan Lok coming in, what change happened, right? Or even in Banaras. So, I can only say, to the point of being very politically incorrect, it is a missed opportunity. It was done with a huge amount of funds. So funds are essentially not our problem. Like Simhans brings in funds to Ujjain. This was Smart City Mission brought in funds. The problem, I think larger problem is technical capacity. Financial capacity can be brought in. Technical capacity, I'll give you an example. When we were working around there, what you all were saying about multi-agency. It's very interesting in these temple towns, the temple trusts play a very important role. So, law and order, CCTV footage, everything goes to the temple trusts. And they were taking us around to show us the whole Parikrama Park and all of this, and this new gate. They have the Nilkarma Dwar and Neelektra Dwar and all of these names, fancy names. But the man himself, who has been working since a child as part of the temple trust, he told us that, look, if you go by right of way, Mahakal Lok is huge. But soon after the entry, they have made, I don't know from design aspects, a whole circular, semicircular steps to go up to the food court, so to say. Two things happen. If you enter from a wide area and come in, and you have level change, that's an absolute no, because that leads to stampedes. So whoever designed it, it went through to the highest level of decision making, was obviously not aware that there cannot be. But this man, the foot soldier, knows that it is not required. Secondly, a food court is never used near a temple. It was absolutely vacant. People take prasad and go away. Nobody eats there. And who would be the people? Maybe there's no purchasing capacity of the sort of money, pricing they're doing. So my point is that there's a disconnect with the decision makers who are approving this. I don't think there's a disconnect between the people who design, but who will take these solutions. There is a huge problem in understanding, and what you are talking about in the process, we see in various small things that we do. The funds come with a deadline. You have to spend it within the next 3 months. There's no time to deliberate. There's no time to research. So these are, I think, systemic issues, and when this happened, it's a lost opportunity. It's not really solving Ujjain's problems.
Thank you, Professor. Surely, what you were mentioning about food court, this goes back to David Harvey, his production of capitalist spaces, that's all. Now, it's open to the house. You can please ask your various questions or expectations to this very learned panel. Please.
I think even I have a small opinion, it's not a question. But this discussion is somewhat like, why is it important? Because if I look back to my arrogant teenage years, I used to think of people walking on the street as a nuisance, personally. Like the photo that Tudulsa showed, like the lady is walking, I used to think, why is she walking on the road? But now when a woman or anyone comes in front of my car, I feel, okay, this is what they deserve way more.
So very quickly, I often tell this to my students that when you are walking on the street, you think that the vehicle walas are out there to get you.
Exactly.
And when you are in the other way around, when you are driving, you think that everybody comes in your way. So our perception changes based on where we are.
Yes, exactly. And like conversations like these are like, why is it important? Because over my planning education, I have come to realization why is it the way it is. So, again. Can we conclude the panel discussions? Yes. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for the panel? As a vote of thanks, I would like to present mementos for the panelists. I request Dr. Raj Gupta to please felicitate with a memento to Dr. Rudra Joshi sir. Okay. I request Dr. Surbi ma'am to please give the memento to Ms. Nitya ma'am. I request now Dr. Arshi ma'am to please give the memento to Shirley ma'am. I request Gayatri ma'am to please give the memento to Alka ma'am as a vote of thanks. Can we have a round of applause again to conclude the panel? Can we also have a photograph of the panel? Yes, all of us can assemble near the